Please welcome back to the stage Texas Democratic Party Chairman Kendall Scudder.
The 2026 Texas Democratic Party Convention is called back to order.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Veterans Band Honor Guard. Ram Chavez, Director, and Claudia Milton.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the Rockies' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge, presented by Lee Forbes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. I think you can have a seat right now. I wanted to make a couple of remarks to y'all. Good morning, Texas delegates. My name is Lee Forbes, and it is my honor to welcome you back to the second day of this convention. I hope everyone had a chance to enjoy the beauty of Corpus Christi. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude for the privilege of serving as Secretary of the Texas Democratic Party for the past 12 years. It has been a great honor, and honestly, never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I would one day stand before all of you and say that. I was born in Thailand. I came to this country as an immigrant, became a United States citizen at the age of 30, and cast my very first vote. I attended Texas Public Schools and the University of Texas, and today I have 3 children attending UT and UTSA. I am living the American dream. A significant part of that dream has been made possible by the labor movement. I am proud to serve as a representative of the Texas AFL-CIO. Our state labor federation standing up for working families every single day. Teachers and plumbers, hotel workers and construction workers, and everyone in between. Historically, this seat has been held by a labor representative, and I carry that responsibility with pride. And as Democrats, we also represent working families. That is who we are and what we stand for. That is exactly why having a seat at this table makes sense. When labor and the Democratic Party work together, we make dreams like mine come true. But there are countless Texans out there still waiting for their moment. But our country looks a little different today. The stakes are high, and everything that I have believed in about this country and what this country can aspire to be demands that we get to work. So let's get to work, Texas. Thank you again. It has been my pleasure serving you.
Please welcome to the stage the members of the Indigenous Peoples Caucus for our land acknowledgement.
Good morning. My name is Taylor Trevino. I am the chair of the Indigenous Peoples Caucus of the Texas Democratic Party. This is Rojo Mejuero. He is the vice chair. And this is Sandra Love Sanchez with the Indigenous Peoples of the Coastal Bend, a group local here to so-called Corpus Christi.
Hello, my name is Sandra Love Sanchez. I am with the Indigenous Peoples of the Coastal Bend, and I'm also the environmental liaison for the Karankawa Tribe of Texas. Thank you. We acknowledge that we gather on the traditional homelands of the Indigenous peoples of the coast, in the area known as so-called Corpus Christi. The Karankawa were the people of Corpus Christi Bay. The Maliki lived along the barrier islands and coastal shoreline, including Mustang Island. The Pamake, which is a Colantecan band, were connected to the Nueces River. These peoples maintained relationships with one another through shared landscapes, language, trade, kinship, and cultural exchange. There were no borders separating them, but rather a network of indigenous peoples connected to the bays, rivers, prairies, and coast. Other indigenous peoples, more inland, but still here on the coast, included the Apache, Comanche, Carrizo Camacrudo, Lipan, Tonkawa. They also maintain relationships with this broader region over time. We honor the ancestors who cared for these lands and waters. We recognize the indigenous peoples who continue those connections today and acknowledge that these histories are living. They're not confined to the past, and we are still here. I'm going to sing a song by Teresa Bearfox, who is from the Mohawk tribe. I always sing this song when we go to the water. It's acknowledging our ancestors who have already passed. Ayohoea, ayohoe, anayo, yohoea, yohoea, anayohoea, hey. Ayo, ayohoea, anayo, ayohoea, yohoea, anayohoea, hey. Let's put our minds together as one and remember the ones who passed on to the sky world. Their life duties are complete. They are living peacefully in the sky world. Yahweh, Yahweh, Hanayo, Yahweh, Yahweh, Hanayo, hey. Ayo, Yahweh, Hanayo, Yahweh, Yahweh, Hanayo, hey. Okay, now we go.
Texas Democrats, please direct your attention to the screen as we honor those we've lost. Please remember to cast your vote for party officers. Balloting closes at 11 a.m. Please welcome back to the stage Texas Democratic Party Chairman Kendall Scudder.
I will now recognize Sheena Flannery, the chair of the Permanent Credentials Committee, for a second credentials report of the convention with a special guest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Permanent Credentials Committee met at the appointed time, and we prepared a proposed official roll of the convention. The delegate count of the proposed roll is 2865. The full delegate list is available on the Texas Democratic Convention website at txdem.co/26-public delegates. On behalf of the committee and all of the volunteers who helped us, we want to make sure that we say the volunteers because they did a phenomenal job. On behalf of the committee, I move that the roll of delegates hereby submitted be the permanent roll of the voting members of the convention.
Thank you. The question is on adopting the roll submitted by the Credentials Committee as the permanent roll of the convention. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Credentials Committee report is adopted. Thank you, Chair Flannery, for all the hard work that your committee has done. Thank you to Vice Chair Jeff Weems. Thank you to Secretary Joella Mathola. That was an incredibly efficient check-in process, and y'all killed it, and I'm very grateful to y'all for that.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege and introduce or allow my special guest to introduce herself because she has a challenge for Texas Democrats.
Hello, Texas! My name is Catalea, and I'm 7 years old. I am so proud to be here representing Dallas as our future president. I have listened to a lot of adults do a lot of talking and making all the rules about our futures, but does anyone ever stop to think how this affects my generation? Right now, it feels like our country's moving backward instead of forward. And I have to ask you, when your time is up and your legacy is written, are you going to be happy with the world you left us? I need you to believe in your own ability to bring change, because real change doesn't depend on one leader or one politician. It depends on all of us. And I need you to believe in your own ability to bring change. We the people have the power. We the people have the power.
We the people are the power. We the people have the power. We the people have the power.
We the people have the power. We the people have the power. We the people have the power.
I'm just saying, how impressive. Thank you all very much.
Our politicians are so out of touch with reality. They don't live the life that we do.
We have not seen any of our elected officials in those communities stepping up for their people.
This is our time. The educators, the construction workers. We are Texas Democrats and we love Texas.
I am running for House District 33. The people in power right now, they're not looking out for us.
The local races are the most important races there are.
I'm running for House Representative of District 86. It's okay not to vote for that standard party when you disagree with them.
I'm running for Texas Congressional District 22. I have a voice. I need to say something. There are some people who are running for office. They're everyday people.
I am running for House District 11, so we have to start now.
I'm running for Texas House District 64. I think it's actually my job, fifth generation Texan, to go out and put myself out there to try to help people.
I want to be that help.
I'm running in Texas House District 83. I'm wanting people not only surviving, but actually living again.
I am running for the Texas House District 57. You put your mind to something, you can do it.
Emotionally strong to make hard decisions. I'm running for House District 87. Regular people standing up for regular people.
And I feel like that's why we're all here, because we have been servants to our community.
Really reaching out to those average working people.
Listening to their stories, listening to their realities. I'm running for state representative for Texas House District 21.
It is a new day here in Texas. It is a new day for Texas Democrats.
If you take care of people and you help people get to where they want to be in life, the rest takes care of itself.
We can do great, beautiful things that everyone can enjoy.
As long as there are people willing to fight for more, then we will always have a better tomorrow.
We're going to help you build your best future, and that's what it's about.
Now to a major political upset in Texas over the weekend. A Democratic candidate for state Senate won his race for a seat in the largest Republican county in the nation. Union President Taylor Ramett of Fort Worth won by a nearly 15% margin. The state's lieutenant governor is calling it a wake-up call for Republicans.
This political upset is getting a lot of national attention. This is a district that President Trump won by 17 points in 2024, but on Saturday, Ramett, the Democrat, won by 14 points. That's a 31-point swing, despite President Trump endorsing the Republican in the race. Some national Democrats that I spoke to called this a political earthquake in Texas because of that wild swing and because they believe it bolsters their chances in that big upcoming U.S. Senate race this year, and even some of those House races in those congressional districts redrawn by Texas Republicans. Democrats believe that this continues the overperformance we saw in last year's off-year elections. Republicans say they have to do a better job in getting out the vote.
This is a county the President of the United States won by big numbers, and let's not forget, he endorsed her, although he doesn't seem to remember that.
I'm going to share with you that we ran a poll to see where we at. He's a Latin Grammy Award winner. His father is a Latin Grammy Award winner. The high school gym, Bella High School, is named Bobby Pulido after him and his father. His uncle is a former county judge, and his cousin is a former DA. So they have very deep roots in Hidalgo County. What we found was that I am up by only 1 point in the poll. 1 point. And I said, oh, sweet Lord Jesus, right? That's not good.
Please welcome congressional candidate from Lubbock's District 19, Kyle Rabel.
Howdy, y'all, and good morning. My name is Kyle Rabel. I'm a husband, father, United States Army Reserve officer, a member of Communication Workers Local 6186, as y'all commonly know it, Texas State Employees Union, and I'm the Democratic candidate for Congress in CD19. CD19 is West Texas. It's the South Plains, big country, and a pinch of the Permian Basin. It covers 33 counties, includes Lubbock, Abilene, Big Spring, and many other towns surrounded by cotton and cattle. It has the most beautiful sunsets in this country. And yes, you can probably watch your dog run away for 3 days if you stand on a paint can. Now, when coming up with the speech, I was told to tell y'all why West Texas and CD19 matters. And for the life of me, I couldn't understand why y'all wouldn't already know that. If you're wearing anything made of cotton, have eaten any beef, and use pretty much any form of transportation to get to this spot, you can thank West Texas. You can thank the farmer that worried about the input costs and water levels. You can thank the rancher working to bring his herd size up while fighting a parasite. And you can thank a roughneck working the most dangerous jobs in this country, drilling oil out of the ground. Simply put, you wouldn't be here now in the form that you are if it weren't for a West Texan in my district. Not only do you have West Texas to thank for all this, but we, as Texan Democrats, owe West Texas an apology. 40 years ago, Texas Republicans began flipping Texas, and it started in Lubbock. They worked tirelessly to flip seats, culminating in the ousting of stalwart rural Democrats in the early 2000s. Charlie Sinholm and Pete Laney are examples. And we never went back to fight. But many other rural West Texans and I have decided this time, enough is enough. We are fighting at every level to show that rural Democrats will fight for the farmer, the rancher, and the worker. We won't be reduced to a convenient photo op, a 30-second talking point in the news. West Texans are ready for real leadership that is dedicated to the American working class. We understand something many simply don't. Winning back rural West Texas is key to winning this state. For a long time, West Texas has been a Republican stronghold. It has been written off as an unwinnable district that isn't worth the resources. But if we're serious about saving our country, about winning elections across this nation, we should be viewing this region as the ultimate benchmark of our success. To put it simply, if we can win in CD19, we can win anywhere. 40 years ago, Republicans understood it. And my fellow West Texans now understand this. And now, over a year, I've been building and growing a campaign that hasn't existed in West Texas in over a decade. I've lost time with my family and missed milestones in my young son's life for this fight. And so, yes, West Texas does matter because real people live there, because it feeds, clothes, and fuels this country, because all Texans matter. It's time that we fight like it. Thank you all. God bless America, God bless Texas, and God bless West Texas.
Let's welcome State Representative nominee for Nacogdoches, Roxanne Lathan.
Hello, everyone. I am Roxanne Lathan. I am the nominee for Texas House District 11 in East Texas. Where my country folk at? Now, I had the great opportunity to attend the Texas Rural Democrats Caucus yesterday. I learned a lot. Thank you so much for that. I was raised in East Texas, and I know firsthand the challenges our families face every day. We are hardworking people, but too many people are working harder than ever and still struggling to get ahead. About 1 out of 6 Texans lives in rural communities. Rural areas have fewer hospitals, poorer schools, worn-out roads, and I'm not talking about potholes. I'm talking about half the road is paved, and you just gotta slide to the front door and hope you stop. And we have bad internet service. Yeah. The largest employers in East Texas are our colleges, school districts, healthcare providers, timber industries, and chicken plants. These jobs are essential to our communities, but many of them simply do not pay enough for families to survive. No one who works full-time should have to choose between paying groceries, medicine, rent, or keeping the lights on. Yeah. That's why we must fight for livable wages and raise minimum wage. We got to do that. When working families receive fair pay for their labor, we all prosper. I spent my career in public education. I'm a retired educator, and I know what our students, teachers, and parents need. My husband and I have kids and grandkids, siblings, nieces, nephews, like many of you, and we all graduated from public schools. And we have to fully fund our public schools to protect them for future generations. Now let's talk about rural hospitals. Across Texas, they're struggling to stay open. Every hospital closure means longer travel times during emergencies, fewer healthcare services, and lost jobs in our communities. Expanding and adequately funding Medicaid would help keep our rural hospitals open for years to come and ensure that East Texans can access the care they deserve. Now, I know I'm talking about small town, rural Texas, so you big city folk just gotta listen for a few more minutes. But we're family, let's be honest. You know your grandma's moved from the country to the big city. Yeah, I remember what Houston looked like in the 1970s, and it don't look like that today. It was wooded, a lot of trees, but anyway. So all of us are country, right? Yeah. We need fighters who will put people first. And I am that fighter, and all of you are fighters. You know how I know that? Because we're all here today, and we are Democrats. Let's say it together. We are Democrats. We are Democrats. We are Democrats. And let's be proud of it. So as we go back into our communities from all across Texas, say that proudly. My name is Roxanne Lathan. I am your candidate for State House District 11. Thank you.
Welcome State Representative nominee from Dumas, Diana Loya.
Good morning, family. My name is Diana Loya, candidate for House District 87 in the Texas Panhandle. They say an immigrant can't do it. They say an educator can't do it. They say a working class woman from a small town in the Texas Panhandle can't do it. Well, I've spent my whole entire life proving them wrong. Llegué a este país de México siendo una niña. Yo no sabía el idioma, no sabía cuál fuera mi destino, pero mi mamá tuvo fe. She took a chance on America. She left behind everything she knew because she believed her daughter deserved a better life. We weren't wealthy. We didn't have influence or privilege. What we had was hope, determination, and a dream for a better future. That little girl found a home in the Texas Panhandle. And that small Texas town gave her everything: a public education, a career, a family, a purpose. That little girl became a public school teacher and then an educational leader with a master's degree, working for the same school district that raised her. She became a veteran spouse, holding down the fort while her husband fought in Iraq twice. Today, the daughter of a woman who crossed a border with nothing but hope is now running for the Texas House of Representatives. So why would an immigrant, teacher, and veteran wife from the Panhandle decide to run? Because after 20 years in public education, I got tired of watching politicians make decisions about classrooms they've never stepped foot in. I've watched teachers like myself do more with less. I've watched veterans pushed aside and families struggling to make ends meet. Now, the Texas Panhandle is full of hardworking people. Yet too often, decisions are made hundreds of miles away by people who never stop to ask what the Panhandle actually needs. Today, that stops. I am running because more than 40,000 students in House District 87 deserve someone who will fight for them as hard as their teachers do every single day. Running as a Democrat in the Texas Panhandle is not for the faint of heart. It is one of the toughest places in Texas to step up and put your name on the ballot. I know the odds are stacked against me. I know I will be outraised, but I sure as hell will not be outworked. Because movements, they're not built with money. They're built with people. They're built with teachers. They're built with veterans. They're built with working class families. And that's exactly who we are bringing together across Texas. So to those who think Texas can't change, I have a message from my favorite movie, Tombstone. Anybody? In the words of Wyatt Earp, you tell them I'm coming, and the blue wave's coming with me.
Fellow Texans, let's give a big round of applause and a warm welcome for Malakoff Mayor Nicole Mason Driver.
Good morning, Texas Democrats. Good morning, Corpus Christi. First, I want to give a special shout out to my Henderson County Democratic Party. Where y'all at? This party gave me the opportunity to serve and grow as a leader. I started as a precinct chair and became a voter deputy register through hard work and faith. And the support of so many incredible people, I became the first African-American mayor for the city of Malakoff. And because of that journey, I know firsthand why it is important for Democrats to compete everywhere. Yes, our state chair made it a mission to ensure that there was a Democratic candidate on every possible state and federal ballot. For the first time in many races, voters have a choice. We send a message that Democrats are ready to compete in every corner of Texas, and we are ready to fight for the people we serve. I have seen teachers run for offices because they are tired of being underpaid. I have seen farmers step forward to protect our land and natural resources. I have seen mothers run because they want stronger protection for their children. I've seen people who have experienced injustice stand up to fight for equal justice under the law. I have seen Latino communities organize, advocate for the issues that matter most to them, compete everywhere. For far too long, many communities went without a choice on the ballot. But today, Democrats are showing up. We are organizing, we are running, we are giving voters a voice. When every community matters, democracy becomes stronger. We are letting Republicans know that we are not going down without a fight. Democracy works best when ideals compete and when every voter has the opportunity to choose leaders who represent their values. Our voices deserve to be heard, not only in Texas, but across the United States. We need leaders who will stand up for our teachers, support working families, and invest in our children. We need leaders who will expand access to affordable health care, lower prescription costs, and ensure every family has the opportunity to succeed. Families are struggling with the rising costs of groceries, housing, insurance, and everyday necessities. Working people deserve wages that allow them to support their families with dignity. Seniors deserve affordable medications. Young people deserve opportunities to build a future without being buried in debt. And as we watch conflict around the world, Americans deserve leaders who will keep our nation safe while never losing sight of the needs of working families here at home. That is why Democrats must compete everywhere. Everywhere. We cannot sit on the sideline. We cannot wait for someone else to do the work. We must organize. We must register voters. We must knock on doors. We must run for offices. We must make sure that every voice is heard. I stand before you as proof that when Democrats shows up, when we believe in our communities, and when we invest in our people, anything is possible. Let's continue fighting for working families. Let's continue giving people a voice. And most importantly, let's continue competing everywhere. Ain't no stopping us now, Democrats. We are on a move. God thank you, God bless you, God bless the state of Texas. Let's go, Democrats.
Please welcome Pearland Mayor Quentin Wiltz.
Hello, Corpus! And hello, Texas Democrats. I want to give a quick shout out to Fort Bend Democrats, Harris County Democrats, Brazoria County Democrats. Without all of you, this would not be possible. And I also want to give a shout out to those of you who never thought I could make it. And I got one thing to tell you. I told you on the trail, you're gonna get used to this smile. Texas Democrats, I'm proud to stand before you and the people who still believe that Texas can be a place where every family has a fair chance. Every child can dream without limits, and every voice is heard because, Texas Democrats, you mean something. Your story means something. Our stories define who we are. They signify the sacrifices we've made, the doors we've had to push open, the times you were told no, but found a way to keep moving forward. And together, our stories make up the volumes of stories that define us as Texans. My story is proof that when people come together, they can make history. In my election, we didn't win because one person had all the answers. We won because neighbors talked to neighbors, volunteers made calls, people knocked on doors, families shared posts, people gave their time, their talent, and all because we believe that we, the people, have the power. Every person, Muslim, Hindu, black, white, Asian, everyone mattered. The person who made one phone call mattered. The person who knocked on one more door mattered. The person who registered one more voter mattered. And when the times got hard, the person who lifted us all up mattered. That's how change happens. One person, one conversation, one story at a time. So I'm here to tell you, Texas Democrats, if you can't walk, then talk. If you can't talk, then type. If you can't type, then Texas Democrats, get hype. Can y'all get hype, Texas Democrats? And if you can't get hype, then roll up your sleeves and join in, because you don't want to get left out. Right now, far too many Texans are being left out. Texas women are being left out when they're denied freedoms to make personal health care decisions with their own doctors and their families. Texans are being left out when Black history is minimized, removed, or treated as though it doesn't belong in the full story of Texas. Texans are being left out when communities face water insecurities and rising costs. And something tells me, Democrats, you didn't come all this way to get left out. Something tells me you came here to be heard. We all came here because every Texan deserves dignity. Every child deserves truth. And every family deserves opportunity. Every community deserves clean, reliable water. And every voter deserves leaders like Gina Hinojosa and James Talarico, who will work for all Texans. So Democrats, don't be afraid to tell your story. Share your story. Because when Texans tell the truth about what we need and organize what we believe and show up for one another, there is no force stronger than we, the people. So Democrats, are you ready to show up? Texans, Texas Democrats, we need you to show up. Show up for our teachers who work without the necessary resources because we continue to fully fund our public education system. Show up for union workers who show up every shift at our factories, our plants, and in our communities, who do the work day in and day out. Show up for working families who just want a better life. Because when you show up, when we all show up, you can help a guy like me who grew up in a small sugarcane town in Louisiana, whose father never went to college, whose mother was a public education school teacher for 32 years, who moved to Texas after Hurricane Katrina, who ran for office 6 times and was counted out. But Texas Democrats kept showing up for me again and again and again and again and again. And when they showed up, I became the first Democrat in a red county elected to mayor for the past 50 years. And the first African American mayor in history. Texas Democrats, that is what happens when we all show up. So Democrats, tell your story and show up. Dallas, where you at, Dallas? Tell your story and show up. Austin, where you at? Tell your story and show up. Houston, where you at? Tell your story and show up. Texas Democrats, tell your story and show up this election day. And let's flip those tables for Tallarico. Let's gin up those votes for Gina. And let's turn Texas blue, Democrats.
Please welcome to the stage Brazos County Commissioner Wanda Watson.
Good morning, Texas Democrats. I am Wanda J. Watson, and I'm running for re-election for my second term as the commissioner representing Precinct 4 in Brazos County by way of Midland, Texas, my hometown. For those who aren't sure where Brazos County is, we're the home of Texas A&M University, which is celebrating its 150th anniversary this year. According to TexasDemographic.com, in 2026, Brazos County is the 23rd most populous of Texas' 254 counties. So the county is growing. So while we still have a rural feel, and certainly so when compared to Harris, Dallas, Tarrant County, Bexar County, and Travis County, from a governmental standpoint, we can no longer rest on our rural roots. That means we're experiencing some growing pains. The way things have always been isn't practical or reasonable any longer. Yet we regularly have citizens tell us they moved to Brazos County because they want the rural lifestyle. They want to get out of the hustle and the bustle. But as we all know, the more people who do that, the less rural there is to occupy. It's quite a conundrum. Thus, the role of county government is no longer just roads and bridges or cows on the road. Rural life in Brazos County directly interfaces with its rapid urban growth. We became urban-ish during the 2020 census by virtue of population. So growth through dynamic tensions between preservation and development. As the Bryan College Station metropolitan area expands, the traditional agricultural lifestyle is adapting to suburban encroachment, rising land prices, and changing local infrastructure. Suburban development is steadily pushing outward along major arteries, converting historic family cattle ranches into master plan residential communities. How many of y'all have seen that happen in your area? The high demand for housing from a growing university population in Brazos County and the retirees who are retiring, who are coming back to Mecca, as I call it, driven up by land costs, making it increasingly difficult for the next generation of farmers to purchase rural agricultural tracts. Two-lane rural farm-to-market roads now experience heavy commuter traffic. Y'all know what that's like, leading to ongoing expansions that alter the quiet country landscape. We had an issue last year where the county was involved in a study to determine whether a loop should be on the eastern part of the county. A grassroots group of residents attended Commissioner's Court every week, bringing their concerns about preserving their rural way of life. They hounded us and hounded us. I'm not ashamed to tell you that their argument prevailed and the county canceled the contract for the study. We listened. So that's not to say that at some point in the future, the state won't determine that a road is needed in that area. But for now, the people spoke and their local government, the Commissioner's Court, listened. And while we have some landowners fighting to keep the county rural, others have successfully capitalized on urban growth by converting land into high-end wedding venues and vineyard operations that cater to city residents. So ask me about the life in Brazos County, and I'll tell you it's a mixed bag. We have extreme wealth, and we have extreme poverty. In particular, my precinct is the most culturally and economically diverse county in the precinct in the county. We have large ranching operations and high-tech developments because of Texas A&M University. Our economy is driven by education and business and agriculture. Some of our representatives welcome the new growth and the development while others prepare to fight it. But don't even mention the data centers unless you want to have a time for a very vigorous debate. For my part, that is expressed through service. I ran for office to serve my community. Government in direct contact with the people's lives, the peoples it serves. My plea is that people would educate themselves on the issues at hand, learn about the leaders who are serving them, and exercise their right to vote. My first campaign ended in a runoff where the final count resulted in me winning by 4 votes. I am the poster child for every vote counts. Now, I must say in this primary, though this time out, I won by 73%. And I do have a Republican opponent who is a veteran, who is coming hard, but I'm in it to win it. Anyway, so if you don't like what's happening with your government, vote for change. If you do like it, vote to keep good people in office. Whatever you do, vote. I will never tell someone how they should vote, only that they need their voices heard. At one time in my history, both my gender and the color of my skin would have kept me out of the voting booth. But courageous people fought for my right to vote, for your right to vote. We must teach the younger generations the importance of these hard-fought victories. We must educate them on the issues and the candidates and encourage them to exercise their right to vote. Our future depends on it. So Texas, we must turn Texas blue. So thank you all very much.
Fellow Texans, the ballots are now closed. Let's welcome Dallas County Constable Michael Orozco.
Man, this is so awesome, totally awesome. But good morning, friends, fellow Democrats, elected officials, and community leaders. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. In October of 2018, I was appointed by the Dallas County Commissioners Court to fill a vacancy in the Precinct 5 Constable's office after my predecessor resigned from office. What I inherited was not simply a vacant office. I inherited an organization more than 20 years of turmoil, instability, and unresolved problems. Almost immediately, it became clear that our office needed more than new leadership. It needed accountability, transparency, and a commitment to public service. My team and I began by identifying operational and administrative deficiencies and prioritizing solutions. We updated policies and procedures, streamlined operations, and focused on creating an office that would serve the people of Dallas County efficiently and professionally. Then came the COVID-19 pandemic. Like many public servants across this country, we faced challenges that none of us had anticipated. During that difficult time, I used social media, radio programs, and virtual meetings to educate residents about tenant rights and COVID-related protections. We worked closely with the City of Dallas to help citizens understand rapidly changing regulations. We conducted and created a model for the first ever eviction clinic. The clinic provided valuable information and financial assistance to approximately 200 people. The clinic was for tenants and property owners. The Bexar County Sheriff's Office now uses the same model for their eviction clinic. Another challenge involved our property and evidence room. The evidence room had failed annual audits for years. Some items had been sitting there since 1995. My team worked diligently to identify, catalog, and properly dispose of decades-old evidence. We also addressed long neglected financial accounts. One special account contained approximately $76,000 belonging to litigants who had been awarded funds throughout the court system. Our team took action. Today, more than $76,000 has been refunded to the people who rightfully own those funds. That is what accountability looks like. We also led the effort to secure body-worn cameras for constables throughout Dallas County. One of the accomplishments I am most proud of involved helping victims of domestic violence. Working alongside Judge Sada Martinez, Judge Juan Hasso, law enforcement partners, and with the invaluable guidance from the Honorable Vicki Goodwin, we developed legislation that became the Natalia Cox Act, Senate Bill 1325, during the 2023 legislative session. The governor signed that bill into law. Along the way, our work has been recognized. A Precinct 5 deputy became the first deputy constable ever to receive Dallas County's Peace Officer of the Year award. In 2023, I was humbled to receive the Dallas Association of Young Lawyers Liberty Bell Award. In 2024, I was honored to receive the JPCA Texas Constable of the Year Award. And by the way, first time a Dallas County Constable has ever received this award. Well, I appreciate those recognitions. The truth is that no award belongs to one person. Every accomplishment I have discussed today belongs to a team of dedicated public servants who come to work each day determined to make a difference. We trust the deputies to use good professional discretion in the performance of their duties. Most recently, 2 of our deputies were recognized for their actions during a catastrophic fire that claimed the lives of 3 citizens, including our dear friend, Sylvia Collins. As Democrats, we believe government should work for the people. We believe in accountability, public service, and creating opportunities for every community to succeed. That is why I support Chairman Kendall Scudder and his vision for the Texas Democratic Party. His proven leadership as chairman of the Texas Democratic Party, his belief that if you're not fighting for something bigger than for yourself, you're fighting for the wrong thing. I fully support his mission to make Texas work for the people who actually do the work. For the first time since 1974, the Texas Democratic Party has a candidate running for every single state and federal office on the ballot. Kendall Scudder, in his strategy, as he explains it, was a massive intentional undertaking to ensure Republican candidates do not receive a free pass. The numbers tell the story. In my precinct, voter turnout was just over 21,000 in 2018. In 2026, turnout exceeded in my race 46,000 voters. More than double the number of 2018. That kind of growth doesn't happen by accident. It happens because people believe their voices matter. It happens because people are willing to do the work. It happens because we have a party chair such as Kendall Scudder. And it happens because leaders are willing to fight for something bigger than ourselves. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. And thank you for a commitment to making Texas blue. It's not just a blue wave, but an earthquake that will be felt throughout our nation. We as Texas can and we will lead the way to what we as a nation should be like. Órale, sí se puede. Once again, I'm Constable Michael Orozco. God bless you, and God bless the great state of Texas.
Democrats have their sights set on the Lone Star State. They've now added 12 state House seats to their target list, hoping that backlash against President Trump will lead to a blue wave that will wipe out some of the Republican dominance in Texas. The last time national Democrats invested resources in Texas legislative races was back in 2020. Democrats actually have 15 House seats on their target list. 3 they want to keep blue. The other 12 Democrats are hoping to flip from Republicans like they did in 2018. All of the 15 districts but one voted for President Trump in 2024 over former Vice President Kamala Harris. While Democrats say 2026 feels a lot like 2018, the chair of the House Democratic Campaign Committee says that this time they'll be actively supporting all the candidates.
It's very exciting. In 2018, when we flipped 12 seats, it came out of nowhere. And many of these candidates had no one at the national level or even at the state level excited or thinking that they would actually flip a seat.
If Democrats were to flip all 12 seats and hold on to all their current districts, it would be only 1 seat shy of a tie in the lower chamber, which Republicans have controlled since 2003. Republicans currently have a majority, 88 seats, to the Democrats' 62.
It's going to take every waking moment from every single one of us to see this through. But I have faith and confidence in every single one of us. We are the people that this country has been waiting for right here in the great state of Texas. Though it will not be easy, it may not be over quickly, it is certainly worth doing. And I cannot think of anything more important for us to focus our time, our energy, and our effort on this moment. So please, keep the faith, never give up the fight, and let's go out there and win this thing. Thank you all. Thank you, Texas.
Hey, 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 Texas Democrats, let's welcome from Galveston County, our county chair, Tarasha Bell. From Dallas County, Cardall Coleman. And from Harris County, Tracy Gibson.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Tarasha Bell, and I am the newly elected president for the Texas Democratic County Chair Association. I'm super excited, and I look forward to working with all of you county chairs in the building. We're going to make sure that you have visibility across your county, make sure that you're trained properly, that we work hand in hand with our allies, and make sure that every voter makes it to the poll. I look forward to working with all the county chairs as well as their precinct chairs and their volunteers. Thank you for your vote.
All right, Texas Democrats, how you doing? Any grassroots Democrats in the house? All right, and in order to win in our state, to work year-round, win everywhere, you have to be committed to the grassroots. And that starts at the county level. Would every county chair in the room please stand? Let's give it up for these folks. Thank you so much for your hard work. And to the backbone of our party, would every precinct chair in the room please stand? Thank you all. Look, we're a mighty army, but we can definitely add more to the fold. So there'll be a QR code on the screen for you to sign up to be a precinct chair. Maybe you brought a delegate here with you to this convention, and they're wondering what this party is all about. How do they become a grassroots Democrat like all of you? We're asking that you sign somebody up next to you who may not be a precinct chair. We're gonna work year-round, win everywhere, every corner of every county in the state of Texas. Y'all ready to flip this state? Y'all ready to get organized? Y'all ready to win? All right, let's go, Texas.
All right, Democrats, let me hear you make some noise. That's right. I'm Tracy Gibson, the chair of Harris County. We know that Harris County is the largest county in Texas. Harris County, make some noise. Guys, we're here to tell you that this election is one of the most important of our lifetime. We know that you all know that, but we have to take everything that we have learned, that we have done here, this convention, and make sure we're telling someone else that. We love to talk to Triple D voters, right? But we have to expand this base. We saw that there was a huge surge in the primary. We have to make sure those voters come back in November. So we have to go out to our churches, to our schools, to your PTA, to every single area of your county and bring people in. That is how we're going to win. Are y'all ready to win? Are we going to bring people into this party? Are we going to win up and down the ballot? Then we need to make sure we are bringing not one, not two, not three, but 4, 5, 6, 7 people to the polls with us. Everybody needs to be working to do this. So we're excited to make sure that we win. All of our county chairs are doing the work. All of our precinct chairs are doing the work. And let's win in November, guys. You got the phone? All right. Now, we're some millennials. We like to do peace signs. Oh, she's an honorary millennial.
I'm not a millennial.
We like to do a blue wave from up here. We want to get a selfie with you guys. Can y'all participate with this? All right. I'll give them a count of 3.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, guys. Let's turn Texas blue.
Texas Democrats, pay attention. All delegates will be emailed a link to become a precinct chair.
The future of Texas depends on all of us. Every day, the Texas Democratic Party works to protect voting rights, support Democratic candidates, and advance the critical work needed to build a stronger Texas. This work is more important than ever. For the first time since 1972, Democrats are competing for every state and federal office in Texas. But the truth is simple. Our work is powered by sustaining members whose monthly contributions help us plan, organize, and fight for Texas year-round. Even a small monthly contribution can make a big difference. If you believe in a stronger future for Texas, take out your phone and become a sustaining member today. Together, we can build one of the largest grassroots donor communities in the country.
Please welcome Colby Duhan.
Texas Democrats, how are we feeling? My name is Colby Duhan. I'm a proud Hellraiser from Austin. And it has been an honor to have served as your second vice chair, the vice chair for finance for this past term. Having done so, as only the second openly queer person to be elected as an officer in the Texas Democratic Party's 100-year history. And after 10 years of service on our party's executive committee, it has truly been the ride of a lifetime. Now, I might live in Austin now, but that's by way of upbringing in Port Arthur, Texas. Shout out to my Jefferson County Dems. Growing up in Southeast Texas, I had a good old Catholic Cajun Democrat mama who was pretty convinced her grandkids could do no wrong on most things. However, as I get older, I noticed there was one thing that really worked her nerves. No cuss word nor disrespect could send her into a tizzy quite like if someone in the family dared even hint at voting Republican. In her words, if you start talking that Republican mess in my house, you're gonna get me good and pissed. And I think there's a little bit of wisdom for us in the party in that line from Mama. Because what more does the average working class Texan want more right now than to see their Democratic Party getting a little good and pissed? Good and pissed that the rich get richer. Meanwhile, all the rest of us are stretched thinner and thinner by the absurd cost of gas and groceries under Republican rule. Good and pissed that a fascist ICE is disappearing our undocumented neighbors at unprecedented rates and executing Americans in the street for daring to use their unflinchingly American right to protest their methods. Good and pissed that black women's maternal mortality rate is 2.5 times higher than their white counterparts, and Greg Abbott couldn't possibly give a damn less. Good and pissed that the trans community is used as a political attack line in our state instead of being celebrated for courageously living their truth. Good and pissed that Ken Paxton, like his President Donald Trump, is team pedophile, giving out sweetheart plea deals to his pedophile buddy out of Waco, bailing him out of jail early, and waiving his requirement to register as a sex offender. Good and pissed that the Trump Republican Party has enabled Netanyahu's war crimes by funding an ongoing genocide in Gaza. Good and pissed that the average pay for Texas teachers has actually dropped by $5,000 under the last decade, all under Republican control of all branches of government. Good and pissed that under Greg Abbott, Texas ranks 44th nationally for child well-being, has the highest uninsured rate for children in the nation, and ranks 47th overall in vaccination coverage thanks to RFK Jr. and his movement of science deniers. So Texas Democrats, my ask for you is this. I want you to be good and pissed enough. Good and pissed enough to kick the cosplay cowboy, wannabe Texan, but born and raised Marylander Dan Patrick to the curb and elect my friend Vicki Goodwin as our next Lieutenant Governor. I want you to be good and pissed enough to end the disastrous reign of Greg Abbott and give Texans a governor they can finally be proud of, an absolute street brawler for working families, Gina Hinojosa. And I want you to be good and pissed enough to not allow the impeached, indicted, pedophile protecting Ken Paxton to disgrace our state any longer. Because if he stepped out on his marriage that many times, he'll damn sure step out on working Texans. So how about Texas? We send someone we can be proud of, a dreamer, a doer, and a teacher, James Tallarico, to the United States Senate. Now, friends, here's your homework. To do any of this, we got to keep the pedal to the metal and ensure the long-term success of this party. And as your Vice Chair for Finance, the greatest tool I can give you, the greatest tool you can equip the party with, is that we achieve our sustaining donorships. See? Y'all thought I wouldn't get it in there, but that's what makes a good Vice Chair for Finance. Now, in our term in leadership, we have tripled the sustaining donor program. In 1 year, we have tripled the sustaining donor program. This is what pays the bills, pays payroll, does all of the things on a monthly basis to keep our engine running. Because Texas Democrats finally see a TDP that knows how, not just how to take a punch, but how to throw one back. So we know that for a brighter, bluer Texas, we have to keep up the momentum. So no matter what you can give, if it is $5, if it is $50, if it is $150 a month, as my final plea as your Vice Chair for Finance, I am asking you to continue your belief in this team and join us today as a sustaining donor at the QR code that y'all saw in that last video. Hey, great, we're back up on the screen. Right on that screen above. If every delegate in this hall right now signs up at $1, $5, $10, $50, whatever it may be, we will immediately do a lot more than triple our sustaining donors right in this moment. Now, for the last decade, any time I've ended a speech or a report, I've used my time to make one final reminder, and I'll be damned if I don't do it one more time. My SDEC colleagues know my forever refrain, and that is to remind you that Black women are the backbone of this party. May we never forget it. Thank you, Texas Democrats. Serving you has been the honor of a lifetime. Forward together.
Capturing people's attention really requires going out there and telling the larger narrative about what's happening in politics today.
When we win this race, the first bill I'm filing as your U.S. Senator is a comprehensive anti-corruption agenda.
I am calling on Greg Abbott to go get our money to make himself useful.
We've seen SpaceX dump industrial wastewater into coastal preserves and scorch over 60 acres of protected habitat.
Getting big money out of our politics by overturning Citizens United.
I've been a prosecutor, a county commissioner, a county judge, and I've been a state senator for the last almost 6 years, staring into the heart of darkness.
Remember, this is a governor who every week is threatening some Texas community with ways he's going to take money.
They treat our land like a disposable launch pad for another planet.
Banning members of Congress from trading stocks and enriching themselves while they're in public office.
We need that same level of urgency to actually deliver for the people of Texas, to deliver money at a time when we need it the most.
And we must finally pass a national ban to end gerrymandering once and for all in every state in the union.
Elon Musk is focused on Mars. I'm focused on Texas.
We have thrown open the gates to robber barons who stay rich and powerful on your dime.
Billionaires see our land as a means to an end. As your railroad commissioner, I'll see it as a sacred trust.
Once we transform this broken, corrupt system, we can start unrigging this economy. We can start raising our pay, cutting our taxes, lowering our costs. We can finally start to get ahead.
Texans, let's welcome State Representative and 2025 candidate for Speaker of the House, Ana Maria Rodriguez Ramos.
Hello, everyone. I am Ana Maria Rodriguez Ramos. I am Texas State Representative for House District 102. I am also the chair of the Texas Legislative Progressive Caucus. Thank you. And I was also the only Democratic candidate, Latina woman, that has run for Speaker of the House in probably 30 years. So here we go, Texas. So Texas, what's the difference between a fairy tale and a Texas tale? A fairy tale starts with once upon a time. A Texas tale starts with you sons of bitches will never believe this. We're gonna show those sons of bitches something they will never forget when we win in November. But first, I want to thank you all. I want to thank everyone here, everyone in our homes here in Texas. I want to thank you for investing in me. When I was a child, the middle child of 7 in a single-parent household, my parents were immigrants, when we couldn't afford to eat, when we struggled, you invested in me by ensuring that my family had sufficient food on the table, by ensuring that we took care of our neighbors, and there was a safety net there to protect one another. You invested in me when my mom put me and all my siblings through public school, through your tax dollars, making sure I had good quality education and teachers who were allowed to teach. Yes. You invested in me when I dropped out of school at 14, had my daughter at 15, needed to get on Medicaid to have good prenatal, postnatal care in a county hospital. You invested in me so that I didn't have to have my daughter in the streets or who knows where, putting her and my life at risk. You invested in me. Thank you. You know, there was a time in Texas, there was a time in America 30 years ago where we believed in each other, where we made sure that each other had enough food to eat, that our children were adequately educated so that they could thrive in their future careers, that there was sufficient health care, that we could take care of each other. That seems so long ago when you look at what type of people we have in leadership roles today. And it's nothing new in Texas. We know that Texas Republicans have essentially destroyed that in this state. And we need to come back and we need to fight back so that we can continue to thrive and help our neighbors the way we did 30 years ago. Yes. Now I want to share with you, we've heard a lot about Abbott and what he's done and Patrick and what he's done, but the third most powerful Republican in this state is the Speaker of the House, Dustin Burrows. Yes, boo. He is a pro-Trump, pro-voucher, endorsed by Trump, pro-voucher, anti-woman, anti-immigrant Speaker of the House. And how did he win, guys? He got more Democratic House votes than he did Republicans. Exactly. I was the only Democrat in that race, and more Democrats voted for him than the only Democrat in that race in the Texas House. I say this to tell you that although we are Democrats and we care for each other, we must do better. We must do better. Yes. If we are really going to fight back, we need to stop settling for crumbs, and we need to be bold, proud, and progressive, moving the state forward. So thank you, everyone, for being here. You are the fighters, but you are also those who hold us accountable, us elected officials. You know, I flipped a seat, 1 out of 12 seats that were flipped in 2018. Against a Republican incumbent who was the chairwoman who had never lost a political race ever. She had more money than I did, more name recognition. But I said, she could outmoney me, but she can't outwork me. I'm Mexican. No one outworks a Mexican. The way we are going to beat them is outworking them. At the end of the day, that's what we're going to do. We have to outwork them. But we can't let them convince us that settling for crumbs is going to be enough. If we're truly going to save our neighbors and save this state and save this country, we have to do it together. Friends, let's go show those sons of bitches something they will never forget. Thank you so much.
Let's give it up for our nominee for Jefferson County Commissioner, A.J. Turner.
The time to build is now. Good morning, everybody. I'm A.J. Turner. I'm the Jefferson County Precinct County Commissioner-elect, and I'm currently the Mayor Pro Tem of Beaumont, Texas. I'm here today because I'm a proud Democrat, and I'm here because I believe the time to build is now. We've all heard of the saying insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Well, look around this room. I don't see insanity at all. I see hope. I see determination. I see Texans who are ready to roll up their sleeves and get ready to work and fight. I see Texans that are ready to win. I see people in Texas that are ready to turn this county blue. For years, we heard those in power call themselves conservatives. But we have to ask ourselves, they're being in power for the majority of the last few decades. And can we truly say Texans are better off? I say hell no. Families are feeling squeezed. The cost of groceries are climbing. We were promised they were going to go down. Gas prices are climbing. We were promised they were going to go down. But the same political playbook is sounding like a broken record, and I am tired of it. Y'all tired of it? How many of y'all like to hear the same thing on repeat? It's the same thing over and over again, but we get the same results. It's time for a change. As a husband and a father, I believe that government should trust families to make their own decisions. When politicians believe they can be individuals that are doctors, we're putting ourselves in a bad situation. We should never put people in a position that feel like they can tell a woman what to do with their bodies. But elections just can't be about pointing fingers and blaming people. They have to be about building something better. Real leadership isn't about holding on to power. It's about putting people behind you in position to be successful. I'm an elected official that believes in endorsing candidates. Since I got in office, a lot of elected officials who had the mentality of it's all about what's my next move, where I plan to be in the future. I don't think none of them deserve to be in office if you're not leading people, training people, building people up to come behind you, and pushing candidates who may not have the name that you so-called have. You're simply not being an elected official, you're occupying a seat. The old man is used for wisdom, and the young man is used for war. To my younger leaders, hear me out. We can't go to war without their wisdom. We have to work with the older leaders, but the older leaders have to respect us as well in order to make this community grow and grow. In Texas, it's time to see our younger leaders work with our older leaders and make this Texas Democratic Party be what it's truly supposed to be. I know we're serious about winning and we have a new strategy. We need the best of old school. I'm talking the knocking on doors, the rolling up the sleeves, the phone banking. But we need new school, the millennials who know how to use those cell phones and get people involved. We have to boldly tell our story and be unapologetic about it. Because this isn't about the next election, it's about building a future for Texas. So I want to tell y'all, I'm from Jefferson County, Texas. The Republican Party think they're bullies. But what we do in Jefferson County, Texas, we roll up our sleeves and we punch bullies in the damn face. So I'm here to say, it's time to turn Texas blue. I believe in this city, and I'm gonna endorse every candidate, and I'm gonna work very hard to make sure we win in November in the future. God bless y'all. Be safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome State Representative Vince Perez.
Good morning, Texas Democrats.
Good morning. I'm Vince Pettis. I proudly represent House District 77 in El Paso. The place where Texas history begins. Now, since Republicans like to sanitize the history books, I have to begin with a brief lesson. 22 years before the Pilgrims arrived at Plymouth Rock, El Paso was the first part of Texas formally claimed by Spanish colonizers, the first of Texas's 6 flags. The first families that settled around my House district were there for 7 generations before the first Anglo settlers ever reached Texas from the east. So don't ever let jerks like Stephen Miller tell you that you are any less American or that you don't belong here. You belong here just as much as anybody else. Last summer, I was proud to stand with my House colleagues who broke quorum to fight back against Donald Trump and Greg Abbott's redistricting scheme. We couldn't have done it without you in our corner. When they sent police to our homes, when they threatened us and intimidated us, it was the Texas Democrats in this room who had our backs. You supported us, you believed in us, you kept us in the fight on the toughest of days. That is the fighting spirit of Texas Democrats. And it's exactly what we're going to need now more than ever, because the stakes just got higher. 2 months ago, this extremist Supreme Court handed Republicans the victory they had been waiting for. They gutted the 1965 Voting Rights Act, the landmark achievement of the civil rights movement. The very law that ended poll taxes and prevented maps based on skin color, the very shield that a generation bled for at Selma, is now gone. And that decision is already unleashing a new wave of discrimination and political segregation in the United States that will define our generation's struggle for civil rights. Democrats, are we going to be up to that task? Are we going to be bold and fight back? All Americans, regardless of party, should be disgusted by this ruling. Republicans can now legally discriminate against people of color when they draw the lines for Congress and the state legislature, so long as they're doing it out of politics and not based on skin color. It is the tool that every segregationist of that era wished they had. They never have to mention race anymore. They just say, we didn't target them for being black. We targeted them because they were Democrats. Do you buy that? Not for a second. What was a crime in 1965 after the Voting Rights Act is now the Republican strategy in 2026. If Dr. King were alive today, Republicans could draw him out of his district, split up his neighbors into white majority districts to dilute their influence. It's shameful and it's un-American. Republicans are terrified, and they should be. They have become an out-of-touch political class that looks nothing like the people they are supposed to serve. Look around this room, then look at the Capitol. Texas is the most diverse of all former slaveholding states. Hispanic, Black, and Asian Texans make up 60% of the state's population. And yet, when you look at the 29 statewide elected officials from throughout Texas, just one is a person of color, only 3%. And she wasn't even elected to the position, she was appointed to that job. 60% of the people, 3% of the political power. That's just not statistically possible if it wasn't intentionally designed to be that way. The map they passed last summer is part of that design. Under that map, it only takes 440,000 white Texans to get a member of Congress. But for Hispanics, it takes 1.4 million. For Black Texans, it takes 2 million. It takes 3 Hispanics to equal the same level of representation that is afforded to 1 white Texan, and it takes 5 Black Texans for the same. Is that fair? Does that make you upset? My fellow Democrats, we will fight with the same level of courage as those who sacrificed so much more than 60 years ago during the civil rights era. Because if we don't, we know that the same lines that divided city buses in Montgomery will be used on the political map of Texas, erasing the last Black, Hispanic, and Asian districts we have in Congress and at the state capitol. So Texas Democrats, do you have what it takes to be bold and to fight back? Are we going to organize like never before? The time for being cordial with our Republican colleagues in the Texas House is over. We must learn from the people of Montgomery, Alabama, who understood something simple. You don't pay your bus fare to the bus driver who keeps you in the back. For 381 days, they refused to ride. In similar vein, we cannot lend our strength to our Republican colleagues who used their power to erase us. Not our votes, not our cooperation, and definitely not our silence. Because if there's one truth every generation before us has proven, is that equal representation has never been handed to anyone in this country, not once. It has been taken every single time by people who refused to wait their turn. People who had to be bold and had to fight back. So this November, let's be brave, let's be bold, let's fight back, and let's go take the equal representation they are never going to just hand over to us. Thank you, Texas Democrats. God bless.
Hey everybody, he's a former mayor of San Antonio and our candidate for Bexar County Judge, Ron Nierenberg.
Good morning, Texas Democrats. My name is Ron Nierenberg, and for 8 years, I was privileged to serve as the mayor of San Antonio, Texas. Today, I am your nominee for Bexar County Judge. My community, you know it, is home to some of the biggest icons in Texas, the 5-time champion San Antonio Spurs, the world-famous Riverwalk, and of course, the Alamo. The Alamo has become a symbol of the Texas spirit. But let's be honest, we lost the battle that made it infamous. The author Rosemary Kent once wrote, "Only Texans could turn defeat into a legend." And as Texas Democrats, we know a thing or two about that. We've been getting our asses kicked for the last 30 years. But we aren't losing because we're wrong or because our values are unpopular. Democrats lose because too many don't vote. The data shows, you know, we outnumber the Republicans. We just don't outvote them at the ballot box. But the reason, it's painfully simple, and I hear it all over Texas. People have lost hope. The extremists who run our state have normalized a politics of cynicism. They pass or strike down laws for selfish reasons, not moral ones. They govern for their rich friends, not for their fellow Texans. And worst of all, they have convinced people that government will never work for them, whether they vote or not. So if we want to win, if we want to earn their trust and their votes, The question is this: how can we give Texans a reason to hope again? As a former mayor and, God willing, a future county judge, I believe the answer is local government. To give people a reason to hope, to give people a reason to believe again, we have to prove that Democrats can deliver in cities and towns and neighborhoods all across this great state. Local government is the only place where the decisions we make in the morning are felt in the community by lunch. And it's not just potholes. We can change people's lives. We can do what we did in San Antonio and make community college free for every single high school graduate. We can keep people in their homes and data centers out of their neighborhoods. We can provide health care so that no one has to choose between living in pain or living with hunger. And we can protect our rights and fight crime, especially those committed by ICE agents. And we can lower costs for working families by taking our fair share from the billionaires and that new trillionaire. To prove that Democrats deliver and to earn their trust, we need to win in November. We cannot wait around. We have to start local, and we have to start right now, because we won't win our state back and we won't win our country back until we start stacking up wins in cities and counties across the state. And when we win locally, when we actually deliver for our neighbors, we can show those Texans who have lost hope that there is reason to hope again. And if we can inspire Texans to show up for Vicki Goodwin and Nathan Johnson, if we inspire enough Texans to show up for our next governor, Gina Hinojosa, how about if we inspire enough Texans to show up for our next senator, James Tallarico? If we do that, then we can finally build the great state that we deserve, and we can rise together. Because Democrats, we have been defeated for far too long. But with your help, we can do something that only Texans can do. And that's turn 30 years of defeat into a legendary victory this fall. Thank you all, God bless you all, and God bless the state of Texas.
Welcome to the stage, State Representative Jolanda Jones.
This was not a part of my speech, but I seconded the nomination for State Representative Ana Maria Ramos during the first round, and my vote went to Ana Maria. Now, I digress. Texas Democrats, I'm Jolanda Jones, State Representative from Houston's House District 147, and the first openly Black LGBT person elected to the Texas legislature. I'm honored to be here. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to take this state back from Trump's mini-me, Greg Abbott, and anti-hardworking Texas Republicans. Because as Texas goes, so goes this country. But if we're gonna do it, we have to be bold, brave, and we have to tell the truth. Those of us in the Texas House Democratic Caucus know a little something about that. Last year, the Republicans tried to mid-decade racistly gerrymander our congressional maps, and talks of quorum breaking began. I will admit, I started with trepidation, but the more I listened to my constituents, the more I realized that we had to call a thing a thing. They targeted CDs 30 and 33 in Dallas and CDs 18 and 9 in Houston, specifically decreasing Black representation. Hell, Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles, and Helen Keller could see it, but nobody wanted to say it. When a delegation of Texas House Democrats traveled to New York, I was proud to be a part of it. At that press conference, I said the maps were racist, Governor Abbott wasn't telling the truth. Respectfully, and these were my exact words, he was making up some shit. And when people worried Governor Abbott and his cronies were gonna come get us, I said Texas subpoenas don't work in New York, they don't work in California, so he's gonna come get us how? The press conference went viral. Next thing you know, everyone was talking about racist gerrymandering and quorum breakers, and the country knew to pay attention, especially Democrats. Today, Texas Democrats, hear me. We're at another crossroads. The difference between victory and another preventable loss is whether we're willing to tell another hard truth. Black Texans are heartbroken after two extraordinarily inspiring qualified black women, Vice President Kamala Harris and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, lost. With Congresswoman Crockett's loss, there are no, zero, zilch, nada black statewide candidates for the midterms. Black Texans are hurt, angry, and discouraged. You can clap, it's the truth. Ignoring that reality won't make it disappear. Telling us we have to vote Democrat won't motivate us to vote. But there is good news. We can earn the black vote. Not assume it, not expect it, but earn it. And let me be clear. We don't want Texas to make the same mistake this country made when Walter Mondale defeated Jesse Jackson. Too many people assumed Jesse's inspired supporters would simply fall in line. They assumed the energy and enthusiasm he created in black communities would automatically transfer to the Democratic nominee. It didn't happen. Just like today, with Vice President Kamala Harris and Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett didn't win, we can't assume the voters they inspired will simply show up. Inspiration doesn't transfer, it must be earned. So the question is simple. Are we smart enough, Texas Democrats, to learn from history? Will we invest in black Texans and earn the black vote? Or will we take black voters for granted and wake up after Election Day with a big L? The 18 Democratic members of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus represent, for the most part, more than 90% of black Texans. We know our communities and we've earned their trust. But trust alone does not make people vote. The members of TLBC know our communities. We know our pastors, our county and precinct chairs, our neighborhood leaders, our organizers, radio shows, newspapers, podcasters, social media influencers, and the black thought leaders, political consultants, and pollsters who actually make black voters go to the polls. Radio costs money, digital costs money, organizing costs money, GOTV costs money. So if you know and you appreciate that you need us, and you respect us, if you trust us, invest in us, work with us, not around us, and together we can deliver victory. There are, okay, all right. There are many ways to lose this election. There is one clear path to victory. That path runs through Black Texas, not by talking at Black voters, but by listening to Black voters, not by taking Black voters for granted, but by investing in Black communities. The road to turning Texas blue runs through Black Texas. So I'll leave you with this. Be bold, be brave, tell the truth, have the courage to have the conversations that make people real uncomfortable, and do the things that need to be done to get out the vote. Because I believe if we do that, Texas Democrats, that Texas can change and that Black Texans are ready to help lead that change. Okay. Let's invest boldly. Let's organize bravely. And let's turn Texas blue. Because trust and believe, on my mama, the road to blue goes through black. Thank you.
Let's welcome Harris County Judge nominee Letitia Plummer.
Thank you, Corpus Christi, to the Coastal Bend, to every Democrat who has traveled across our state to be in this room. Thank you for having me. The only question that matters this weekend, Texas Democrats, are y'all ready to turn Texas blue? I can't hear you. Are y'all ready to turn Texas blue? Good, because I don't know about y'all, but I did not drive all this way to give a speech. I came here to tell you how to win. And it starts with one truth. Texas is not a red state. Texas is a non-voting state. And everybody in this room needs to register voters to turn out the vote this year, from the bottom of the ballot all the way to the top. Now, I don't know if y'all heard or not, but did y'all hear about the Republican convention in Houston? It had a golden ending. An elephant named Paige, she was the real one. They paraded her as a symbol of everything that they claim it to be. But that night, she was the only honest figure in that room. Because when she let loose all over the floor, on camera, in front of Governor Abbott, she told the truth. For 40 years, Republicans have done the same thing to the people in Texas, and they called it rain. They made it easier for a madman to get guns to murder our children in classrooms. They are attacking our voter rights every single day. They have handed our biggest school districts to oligarchs and grifters. They have attacked our immigrant neighbors. They have attacked women's bodies. And they have come after us every single day, telling us how to love and telling us how to identify ourselves. Now, Greg Abbott, he calls that leadership. I call it cruelty. So let me tell you what the GOP fears. Harris County. Can I hear you, Harris County, in the room? That's right. They are afraid of us because they know Harris County is the last line of defense. They know that Harris County is the home of people equivalent to 24 states. The road to victory runs through Harris County. Where Harris County moves, Texas goes, and they know it. And I know that because the day after I won my runoff, their propaganda machine put in writing that they called me a threat. The most powerful Black woman in Texas. Now, they meant that as a warning, but if you live my life, I take it as a job description. The same reactionaries called Barbara Jordan a threat too, right up until the time that she became the conscience of our nation. They are not afraid of a dentist. They are afraid of a proud Black Muslim woman. They are afraid of what Harris County becomes when we stop asking for permission. A county that proves what this state refuses to do every single day. Stand down. We are not standing down, Texas Democrats. Like Fannie Lou Hamer says, I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. They have spent 3 decades tearing our state down, and we're going to spend the next 4 building it back. And that's what we're going to do in November. When the storms come, we fight every federal dollar that our counties are owed. We will reach families in those first hours, not when it's too late. When someone is in crisis, we will offer them treatment, not a cage. When a family can't make their bills, we will offer a hand up of stability. We will protect small businesses because they are the life's blood of our economy. We will invest in child's early years because they are our future. Texas Democrats, I ask you to protect our kids, protect our families, protect those who practice their faith freely, and protect our LGBTQII+ communities. Harris County, we can't carry this load alone. And we were never meant to. Knock those doors, make those calls, take your friends and families to the polls, because in November, we will change the course of what Texas looked like. So let's build those bridges. We must offer our neighbors a home and send those that failed us packing. Whenever the water rises, a family is stranded on a rooftop, we will be there. Whenever the grid fails and a grandmother is freezing in the dark, we will be there. That's right, that's right. Whenever a child is told that their zip code is their ceiling, we will be there. And when a working parent is shut out of a shot that they earned, we will be there. And when there's a fight worth having for the people of this state, Texas Democrats, we will be there for our kids, for our future, for a Texas that we belong to. We will be there. Are y'all ready to win? Let's go, Texas. I love y'all, thank you.
Please welcome Chairman of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus, State Representative Ron Reynolds.
Good afternoon, Texas Democrats. I'm Ron Reynolds, State Representative for House District 27 in Fort Bend County. I have a question for you. Are you ready to be bold? Are you ready to fight back? Are you ready to turn Texas blue? Because that's exactly why we're here today. We are living through a defining moment in our state's history. The forces of division, extremism, and fear want Texans to believe that progress is impossible. They want us to believe that our voices don't matter. They want us to believe that Texas belongs to them. But ladies and gentlemen, I have news for them. Texas does not belong to Governor Greg Abbott. Texas does not belong to Dan Patrick. Texas certainly, damn sure well doesn't belong to Ken Paxton. Texas belongs to the people. And when the people stand up, organize, mobilize, and vote, no political machine can stop us. For nearly 3 decades, Republicans have controlled every single lever of power in Texas. They've controlled the governor's mansion. They've controlled the legislature. They've controlled all statewide offices. And after all these years, what do Texans have to show for it? Rising property taxes? Underfunded public schools, healthcare that remains out of reach for millions, a tax on voting rights, a tax on women's rights, a tax on working families. They have spent years after years dividing Texans instead of delivering for Texas. Well, I got news for those damn Republicans. Enough is enough. It's time for a new direction. It's time for a Democratic vision that puts people
before politics, a vision that invests in public schools, a vision that expands healthcare, a vision that protects voting rights, a vision that creates economic opportunity for every Texan, not just the wealthy and well-connected. That's why Democrats must do more than oppose. We must lead. We must be bold. We must fight back. My friends, the path to turning Texas blue is really not complicated. It doesn't take rocket science. We know exactly what we must do. We must register voters. We must organize year-round. We must engage young voters. We must show up in communities that have been ignored and overlooked. We must knock on doors. We must make calls, send text messages, build relationships, and have conversations with Texans who are hungry for change. We must build a coalition that reflects the beautiful diversity of this state. Black Texans, Latino Texans, Asian American Texans, rural Texans, urban Texans, labor unions, teachers, veterans, small business owners, young people, millennials, and seniors. Together, we are the majority. The only question is whether we will organize like it. Because when Texans hear our message of fairness, opportunity, and justice, they respond. When Texans hear our vision for strong public schools, affordable health care, reproductive freedom, and economic security, they respond. When Texans see Democrats fighting for working families instead of special interests, they respond. That's how we win. That's how we turn Texas blue. Let me be clear. If we're serious about change in Texas, then we must be serious about changing who's leading Texas. It's time to fire Greg Abbott. It's time to fire Dan Patrick. It's time to fire Ken Paxton. For too long, they have put partisan politics ahead of the people of Texas. When leaders stop serving the people, it's time for the people to hire new leaders. It's time to hire James Tallarico. It's time to hire Gina Hinojosa. It's time to hire Vicki Goodwin. It's time to elect leaders who believe in public education, healthcare, democracy, and opportunity for every Texan. My friend, elections are job interviews. After years on the job, Greg Abbott, Ken Paxton, and Dan Patrick have earned a pink slip. The people of Texas deserve leaders who solve problems instead of creating them. Leaders who unite instead of divide. Leaders who bring out the best in Texas instead of the worst. And let me tell you something else. Texas is certainly not a red state. Texas has been a non-voting state. There are millions of Texans who share our values but have not made it to the ballot box. Our mission is simple. Find them, inspire them, mobilize them, and bring them with us to the polls. Can we do that? The future of Texas is certainly not written by politicians. The future of Texas is written by each and every one of you. It belongs to the people. And I believe the people are ready. They're ready for new leadership. They're ready for accountability. They're ready for progress. They're ready for change. So let's leave this convention energized. Let's leave this convention united. Let's register voters. Let's knock on doors. Let's make phone calls and send text messages. Let's fight for every vote in every county across this great state. And let's send a message from Houston to Dallas, from El Paso to Beaumont, from the Panhandle to the Rio Grande Valley. We will be bold. We will fight back. We will organize. And guess what? We will win. We will fire Greg Abbott, we will fire Dan Patrick, and we will fire Ken Paxton. And together, we will turn Texas blue. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless the great state of Texas. When we fight, we win.
Fellow Texans and Tejanos, dale la bienvenida. Let's give a warm welcome for Congressman Joaquin Castro.
Good afternoon, fellow Democrats. How are y'all doing? I'm Joaquin Castro, and I'm proud to represent my hometown of San Antonio in the United States Congress. You know, Texas is a beautiful place with beautiful people. People from the big cities of San Antonio and Austin, Dallas and Houston, cities like McAllen and El Paso, but also the piney woods of East Texas and all the rural counties there, and the vast expanse of West Texas and the Panhandle. And the place my wife Ana is from, she grew up in Alton, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley. And of course, the people of the Gulf Coast and the folks in Corpus Christi. Texans, I come here today with a plea to you. I want you to help me on something very important. I want you to help me end child detention in the United States of America. You have seen, we have all seen the brutality on the streets by ICE. We've seen American citizens killed. We've seen mothers ripped from their young children who are desperately crying and traumatized. We've seen the intrusions into homes and businesses with no warrants. There is an ugliness and a brutality to that. But I want to tell you about another brutality, a brutality that hardly anyone gets to see, a brutality that is kept secret, where there's no cameras, no phones, no tape recorders, nothing allowed inside. That's the brutality in the detention centers of ICE. It's the brutality in Dilley, Texas, at the Dilley Detention Center. When I went there for the first time, I asked a very simple question of the warden. I asked him, how young is the youngest person here? He thought for a second, and he finally answered me. He said, Representative, I believe the youngest person here is about 2 months old. And I said, how long has he been here? He said, I think he's been here about 3 weeks. These children are being traumatized. They've complained about worms in the food, about dirty water. They're being charged up to $30 for a pack of water, $7 for a video call with family. But video calls have been cut off the last 3 months. And so I met a few women who had had children who were months old and haven't been able to talk to them or see them by video. That's the brutality behind those walls. But I want you to realize something even more shameful than that. For all of those things and all of that agony and all of that trauma, in the United States of America, we are allowing private companies and private investors to make more profit for each person and each child that's put in those detention centers. Today, we say that it's wrong, that we should end child detention, that we should shut down the Core Civic Detention Center in Dilley, Texas, and that we should elect leaders. A new senator who won't support it. That's James Tallarico. And I'll tell you something else, something a lot of people don't realize. Texas Governor Greg Abbott was the first Texas governor to allow for the deployment of the Texas National Guard into those detention centers to help ICE carry out this brutality. Donald Trump's mass deportation system, I've seen the face of it, and it's ugly. But it's not just mass deportation by Donald Trump. It's also the Greg Abbott mass deportation campaign, and he should be fired and replaced. We must change a system that says that the more Juan Nicolases, that 2-month-old baby, who when he got bronchitis, Instead of making sure that he was okay and back to being healthy, they deported he and his mom and left them across the border. You remember Liam Ramos, the 5-year-old from Minnesota. I was proud to help get him released and fly him back to his home in Minnesota. The more 5-year-olds, the more babies, the more mariachi brothers from the Rio Grande Valley, they stick in there, the more money those private prison companies make. And we should say no more in the United States of America and in the state of Texas. Y'all, I first got elected to the Texas legislature when I was 28 years old in 2002. And there have been a lot of tough fights over the years, but I've never seen this kind of ugliness and inhumanity by our government. And in that time, as I walked the halls yesterday, I saw so many people that I served with over the years, so many of you who have given so much of your life, not only to the Democratic Party, but for what it stands for. Freedom and opportunity and equality for everyone. Justice for everyone. And many of us, our hair has turned gray together. And yet we realize something that Donald Trump and Greg Abbott and the Republican Party can't admit. That the United States of America became the greatest country on earth, not in spite of immigrants, but because of them. So please, things must change. You can change them. Don't give up hope. Keep going. Your voice matters. Make every call that you can. Send every text that you can. Contribute every dollar that you can. Walk every block that you can. And in November, it will be all over the news that this ugly era has ended, that Democrats have taken back the United States Congress, that for the first time in a generation, we have elected a United States Senator to go to Washington and represent the people of Texas, that Gina Hinojosa will be in the governor's mansion in Austin and end child detention. I believe in you. Thank you so much for standing up, for speaking up. Thank you for everything that you do. May God bless y'all.
Texas Democrats, every party has its warrior. And let's now welcome the man with the golden cane, Congressman Al Green.
Thank you for your very kind and warm reception. I love you more. I love you. I love you more. Thank you so much. I must tell you, dear brothers and sisters, that I'm the same Al Green who believes that when people are willing to go to distant places, who will sometimes not return the way they left, who are there to defend my rights in this country, I believe they ought to be honored and respected. So would you join me now in giving a big, warm expression of love and appreciation for the men and women who serve in our military? Would you join me in doing it? Would you stand with them? Let's hear it for them. They're making a difference not only abroad, but here at home. God bless you, each and every one of you. I'm the same Al Green who believes that when people work hard, when they come early and they stay late, and they do it so that I can have a convention like this, I believe they ought to be honored and respected as well. Let's give a hand to every person who had a hand in making this event possible. Let's hear it for them, please. They deserve an expression of appreciation. I'm the same Al Green, dear brothers and sisters, who believes that when you have a ruthless, reckless, lawless president, a president who says that he will cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, when you have that kind of president and you have the chance to confront that president, you stand in the well of the Congress of the United States of America and tell that president he has no right to cut your Medicare, he has no right to cut your Medicaid, he has no right to cut your Social Security. I stand. I'm the same Al Green. I'm the Al Green who stands. And I stand because I know that in life, on the issues that are important, on the issues that make a difference, it is better to stand alone than not stand at all. I stand. I'm the Al Green who believes that a woman's place is in the State House. But I also believe that a woman's place is in the governor's mansion. And that's why I'm here to tell you, we ought to stand for the woman who's going to occupy that mansion. Let's hear it for Gina Hinojosa, the next governor of the state of Texas. Will you stand for her? Will you show her some love? Let her hear your voice wherever she happens to be. She has earned the right to be the woman of not only the House, but of the mansion. I'm the Al Green who believes that working people ought not work for $7.25 an hour. $7.25 an hour. That's pauper's pay. I'm the Al Green who believes that in this, the richest country in the world, where a man is about to become a trillionaire, I do believe that we can pay people a living wage. We need a $25 an hour wage, not a minimum wage, but a living wage, so that every person can have a decent place to call home. I am the Al Green who believes that women, and only women, have the right to determine what happens to their bodies. Only women. Women decide. It's your body. You decide. No one legislates that. That's your business. I'm also the Al Green who believes that who you sleep with at night is your business. I'm not coming into your bedroom, and I don't want you in mine. The LGBTQIA community must be respected to the same extent as everyone else in the USA. It's time for us to stand with our brothers and our sisters who are members of the LGBTQIA community. Trans people have the same rights as any other people in the United States of America. Stand, stand. It is better to stand alone than not stand at all. I'm the Al Green who believes that in this country, you cannot decide that you are going to cause all people who happen to speak a certain language, who happen to look a certain way, who happen to be from a certain place in terms of their ancestry. I just don't believe that in this country we should allow our Latino brothers and sisters to be suspect because of who they are. They should never be suspect because of who they are. They have every right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as anybody else in this country, because we, the people, happens to include them. So let us give them the love that they deserve. Let's hear it for the Latino brothers and sisters who are fighting every day to make our lives better. Let's hear it for them. They deserve our respect and our appreciation. Now I'm getting close to my close. I have so much more I'd like to say, but I don't want to abuse the privilege that's been accorded me. But I want to tell you this. I have served you for more than 20 years in the Congress of the United States of America. I don't know that I'll ever have this opportunity to speak to you again from a podium such as this. But I do want you to know this. It has been my preeminent privilege. It has been my superlative pleasure. It has been my splendiferous honor to represent you in the Congress of the United States of America, and I thank you for allowing me the privilege of representing you in the Congress of the United States of America. I thank you for this privilege. It was an honor to do so. It was an honor to do so. It was an honor to do so. But here is the greater honor. The greater honor is for you to know that even though I did not win the election, I will vote for the person who won the election, because this is the way we win. This is what we do. 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 This is what we have to do. And I want you to know, brothers and sisters, as you remain standing, just remember this, please. Please remember this. In those 20 years, I've had the opportunity to cause 3 people to become federal judges. 3 people. And I had to do it with Republican senators. Brothers and sisters, if we had had a Democratic senator, I could have had more federal judges placed on the bench. More federal judges. This is why I want you to know that I'm going to go with Tallarico, because he will make the difference. With Tallarico, we can bring more judges to the bench. With Tallarico, we will have a voice in the Senate that will speak and stand for women's rights, for gay rights, for pride rights, for the rights of Asians, for the rights of all Americans, for the rights of Latinos, the rights of women, because Tallarico knows that in this country, all persons are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I want you to know that you are what America looks like. We are going to fight, we're going to win, and we will win not only for ourselves, but for posterity. We are going to bring about the domestic tranquility and the justice that is called for in the preamble of the Constitution. We are the people. This is our time. This is our destiny. We will stand. We will fight. We will win. Let us stand. Let us fight. Let us win. Let us love each other. Let us make a difference in the lives of the people in this country. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And join me now, if you will, with this one song from Al Green. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. This is our country, from the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America. This is our home. Nobody's more patriotic than we are. We will stand and fight for the country we love because we love the country. God bless you. God bless our country. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Now let's give a big warm welcome for Tyler Smith, candidate for State House District 138.
Texas Democrats, how are y'all today? Are you fired up? I can't hear you, Texas Democrats. Are you fired up? My name is Tyler Smith, and I'm running for the Texas State House of Representatives in Houston, Texas for House District 138. One of the questions that I get every time I'm asked, why am I running for office? And the answer is simple. It's because I'm a little crazy. I'm a little crazy to believe that we can live in a state like Texas that ranks 8th in the world for largest economies, yet 50th in the nation for healthcare access, and the top 5 for most residents facing financial disaster. And the one thing that all has in common is the last 30 years of Republican control in this state. The good thing about my little crazy is I'm a Black Baptist boy, and I was taught when you mix a little bit of crazy with a whole lot of faith, you get this thing called crazy faith. I was raised to believe that we can have crazy faith that in the state of Texas, we can fix our healthcare system. Crazy faith that we can make sure we fully fund our public schools. And crazy faith that we can make sure that we raise our minimum wage so people don't have to choose between the roof on their head, over their heads and food on the table. We are in a critical moment right now here in the state of Texas, and we have to make a decision. In the 1960s, John Lewis and Martin Luther King walked on the bridge. But with them was 600 other ordinary people. These people didn't think that they would be on TikTok. They didn't think that their names would be remembered in the history books. They just jumped on the bridge because the fight that they were fighting for was worth fighting. Texas Democrats, we are in a fight that is worth fighting for, and we need y'all. If you jump on this bridge, we can make sure that Gina Hinojosa is our next governor of the great state of Texas. We can make sure that James Tallarico is our next United States Senator from the great state of Texas. And we can make sure that Texas House Democrats flip the state house. And we can make sure that Texas Democrats get health care. We can make sure that they get access to public schools. And we can make sure that we raise the minimum wage. Thank y'all for having me. My name is Tyler Smith. I'm running for the Texas State Legislature. Texas Democrats, let's do it.
Now let's welcome Dan Barrios, candidate for Texas Congressional District 32.
Good afternoon, Democrats. Now, I know it's after lunch, but I think we can do a little better than that. Good afternoon, Democrats. There we are. I am Richardson City Councilman Dan Barrios, and I have the great honor of being your nominee for Texas Congressional 32. Now, I know some of you have heard of Congressional 32. We go from Dallas County on the northwest side, east to Upshur and Kemp County, 8 counties, beautiful area of Texas. But you may have heard of 32 for various reasons. One, we got some national attention during this last, what they called redistricting, but we all know what it's called. It's gerrymandering. Absolutely. Now, this is one of the districts that Trump said, we want this for us. This is a blue district. It has been for a while. We currently served by Congresswoman Julie Johnson, previously Congressman Colin Allred. And Trump said, we want this one. So they redistricted, thinking that we would just turn over and give it away. But they have greatly underestimated the power of Texas. They have greatly underestimated the power of Texas Democrats. We are not going to just give this away. Now, Trump may have won this district with 58% of the vote. But when we look at the data, when we look at the facts, something that he seems to have a problem with, the fact is that this district, Biden won with he didn't win, but he got 45% of the vote. Colin Allred, when he ran for Senate in the same area, got about the same. He did 45% of the vote. Beto did really well with about the same. So we're about a 45% Dem district. But let me tell you something. It's 2026. And y'all, 45 is not that big of a jump. This is not wishful thinking. This is based on knowing who Texans are. Now, people ask me all the time, Dan, why would you want to run? Trump has a 36% approval rating. Now, is that good? No. We know that any of us who'd have that kind of approval rating would be fired. But Congress has a 10% approval rating. It's even worse. But we need more people in D.C. to get stuff done. We need more good Democrats in D.C. We need a stronger contingent from Texas. Texas has never been a place that backed down, and we're not about to start. I was born and raised down in Brownsville, Texas, right? Puro Valle. But I've been in North Texas for over 25 years now, and I've been there most of my life at this point. I was born at Brownsville Medical Center, only 1.2 miles from the Mexican border. And growing up in Brownsville taught me a lot of things. But one of the things, standing here before you, running for Congress, having had the last 4 years serving on the Richardson City Council and having the great honor of doing that, is nothing I ever would have planned. I'm a first-generation high school graduate, first one to go on to college, eventually got my master's in business. Thank you. But the reality, I was able to do that because I was born 1.2 miles east of that beautiful river. My life would have been very different. Why? Because I was able to see, I had people in my life, and I was able to see that there was more that I could accomplish. And North Texas has given me that opportunity to create an incredible life with my family. Now, Democrats, we spent the last couple days together, and there's still more activity happening this afternoon. And the great thing about conventions, and I've been to a few of these over the years, I think I've been a delegate the last 4 or 5 conventions. There's always disagreement. That's part of it. That's part of it. Next week, my wife and I celebrate our 19th anniversary. Now, I'll tell her congratulations. She's put up with me for 19 years. And occasionally there's disagreements. Those happen. They happen. And if they haven't happened in your own relationships, let me know what you're doing, because obviously I'm not doing something right. But I'm pretty sure we all have them. We have them as a party. We have them here on the floor. But when we leave here today, we cannot leave disagreeing. We need to find what we agree on, because if we leave here disagreeing, we are not winning in November. If we find what we agree on, we win. But when we leave here today, absolutely, when we leave here today, it's time to roll up our sleeves and it's time to get to work. We don't wait till November. We don't wait till October or the end of September. We go now. It is time. It is time to knock on doors. It is time to give what we can. It is time to write your postcards. It is time to make calls, to talk to your neighbors, because the conversation can't end that we're a Democrat and they're a Republican or they're an independent. If the conversation ends that we're a D, they're an R, we lose. With this redistricting, there are a lot less safer seats. The conversation needs to move beyond that. The conversation needs us to find our commonalities, because at the end of the day, we all want to be able to work and afford groceries. We all want to be able to afford a roof over our head. We want to be able to provide for our family, go to the doctor and receive medical care when we need it. We want to be able to have a hospital and a doctor to go to. Someday, we'd like to retire with dignity. And hopefully, for those of us who have families, maybe leave the earth a little bit better than when we arrive. And hopefully with a few less hurdles. So when you ask me, why do I run? I have an 18-year-old who will be empty nesters here in August when he moves away to college. But I have an 8-year-old, and I'm here before you today not because there's anything in my genealogy or my family history. I'm the proud son of a cafeteria worker, of a single mother who worked 3 jobs, who cleaned houses on the weekend, worked at Walgreens in the evening, and served cafeteria meals to children during the day to make ends meet. And I was able to build my own version of the American dream because I had opportunities far beyond anything I could ever imagine. And if my son, if our kids, our grandkids are going to have that same opportunity, we need to do something now. We need to allow them the time to build their own version of the American dream. And right now, costs are prohibiting that. Job loss are prohibiting that. Removal of rights are prohibiting that. Y'all, it's up to us. I know this is said. It's stuff that's been said before. But now more than ever, we need to make it happen. And Democrats, we can do it. I said, Democrats, we can do it. But I can't do it alone. The others you've heard from earlier can't do it alone. The person you're going to hear from next can't do it alone. We need you. We need your neighbors. We need your familia. We need everybody out there doing it. And again, sí se puede. Sí se puede. Y'all, we can't do it alone. Time to roll up our sleeves and let's get to work. Y'all, let's go for a win in November. Have a great rest of the convention. Thank you.
Fellow Texans and Tejanos in the house, make some noise for Claire Reynolds, candidate for Texas Congressional District 11.
Hello. My name is Claire Reynolds. I am running for U.S. Congress in District 11. This is the most terrifying thing I've ever done in my life. So please bear with me. So District 11 runs from Pflugerville to Odessa. Yeah. Thank you, Donald Trump and Greg Abbott. So I put a lot of miles on my car. So I am an attorney. I've been an attorney for about 25 years. And for the past half of that, I spent it at the State Bar of Texas in the office responsible for prosecuting attorney misconduct. So, yeah. Do we know of any corrupt attorneys out there? I can't. Yeah. Yeah. So many. So I do not like attorneys or people that abuse their positions of authority. I'm also a mother. I've been a mother for about 19 years. Feels longer than that sometimes. And one thing I always tried to teach my kids was that when you see cruelty, when you see a bully, you stand up and you say no. Even when you stand alone, and even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. Now, I never expected to run for Congress, but I also never expected to see the kind of bullshit coming down from my government that I've seen. I knew that I had to be able to look my kids in the eye at the end of the day and practice what I preach. So I quit my job and I filed to run for Congress. So there's been some drama at this convention, hasn't there? There's a lot of drama. There's not just over our party leadership but the direction of our party, you've got centrists, you've got people who want to go to the left, and these are all really important and necessary debates and discussions to have. But let us not forget who we are and why we fight. We fight for the working class families that have been left behind. We fight for the immigrants that built this country. We fight for the black and brown voters who deserve to see themselves represented in Congress. We fight for the women who are dying because they are denied access to reproductive health care. So let's have our debates, let's have our discussions, but when the time comes, let's fucking go. I'm Claire Reynolds, running for U.S. Congress in District 11.
Everybody make some noise for Leilani Barnett, candidate for Texas House 69.
Thank you. I am running from a very rural district. How many of you are from a rural area? Woo! And don't you love our way of life? And don't you know there are two things that could kill it? And one of those things, of course, is the coming of the data centers that might guzzle up some of our resources, if not all. And the other thing is the voucher bill that has wreaked havoc with our schools, and the Republicans who are trying to take away teacher autonomy and to make it look like our schools are failing when they have not funded them even up to the national average. It's hard to be above average when you do not have pencils, calculators, books, decent classrooms, and when you have overstuffed classrooms, so just managing a class is difficult. These are some of the things that I know about because I have been a teacher for 32 years. I had the opportunity one time to go to a conference just like this one, a lot like this one, and before that conference, I received a list of all of the people, all of the other women who were going to be attending. And they were CEOs, they were representatives for their state house, they were the owners of great companies. And then there was my name, Leilani Barnett, teacher. And I walked in thinking, I'm just a teacher. Do I belong with these women, these great leaders? And as conferences go, there was a lot of networking, and they would ask me who I was and what I did. And I said, I'm Leilani Barnett, I'm a teacher. And at first, I would say it kind of apologetically, I'm ashamed to say. And every one of those women with the big jobs grabbed my hand and said, I'm where I am because of, and filled in the name of a teacher. I left that conference knowing that I had the most important job. But now it's time for me to step up and let another generation be the person in the important job, and I'll just go to Austin and make sure they can do it. You know, in my district, I'm running against a man with endless money who's already been in this position for 14 years. He's not even worried a bit. But since those Republicans like Bible stories so much, I'll tell you one today. It's called David and Goliath. And they tried to tell David, "Oh, honey, don't go down there. It's messy, it's dangerous. You've seen that guy, he's too big. You will never win this battle." And you know what David said? "Oh, you must not know about me. I've been fighting lions and tigers and bears with this slingshot. I am good. I have a good aim. My purpose is clear. I know what I can do if you give me a chance." And you know how that battle turned out. I'm ready to battle. I've got the power of this party on my side. I have the power that all of you hold. I have the power of knowing that I am in a crowd that respects teachers who got you to the seat that you're sitting in today. So all I'm going to say when somebody says you can't do this is, "Oh, you must not know about us." My friends, I'll end with this. Get your slingshots ready. Thank you. Thank you.
Every Democrat in the House make some noise for our candidate for House District 1, Sean Huffman.
Well, let me hear it, Texas Democrats. You know, we don't got anything like this in Paris, Texas. Hey, any rural Democrats in the House? Lamar County, let me hear you. We're small, but we're mighty. My name is Sean Huffman. I am running for Texas House District 1, all the way up in Northeast Texas, the forgotten part of Texas, because they think they're all Republican. But I tell you what, how about our last speaker? Can we hear it for our teachers? And can we hear from my wife, Wendy, who's a school nurse in Paris, Texas? If you're wondering who she is, she's the prettiest girl in the room. You know, this is going to sound bad. A long time ago, I was watching Dr. Phil. Now, that's before he went crazy. Yeah, he was. And I was watching, and he was talking to some guy, and this guy was losing his wife, he was losing his children, he was losing his house. His dog was biting him. And he said to him, "I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, Dr. Phil, because I'm right." And what did Dr. Phil say to him? "How's that working for you?" Well, Texas, I've got a question. After 30 years of one-party rule, how's that working for you? Not so well. I'll tell you, I think I may have that answer. You know, whenever we've looked after 30 years and we look at our education system and we've gone from top 10 to bottom 10, we have teachers who are leaving in droves. We are teaching our children what to think and not how to think. I have the answer for you, Texas. It's just not working. Say it with me. It's just not working. Whenever we look at a healthcare system that has gone from A+ to near bottom in the country, when in my area in rural Texas, we lead the nation in closing hospitals. You have to drive 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes to get emergency care, or if you want to deliver a baby. I can tell you, whenever we are the state that leads the nation in uninsured people, and let me tell you something else, that big beautiful bill is coming, and it's not going to get any better. The answer is, it's just not working. Whenever we live in the Texas miracle, which we need to call the Texas paradox, because when you are the 8th largest economy in the world, and you still have 50% nearly people that are working poor, 13% in poverty. We don't know how Wendy and I's kids are going to be able to afford a house. When you live in that, and everybody, we lead the country in hunger? So, when I ask you that question, the answer is, it's just not working. Folks, we're going to have to get together. We're going to have to elect Gina. We're going to have to elect James. We're going to have to elect Vicky. We're going to have to elect everybody up and down this ballot. Letitia Ambrose, you just saw her. That's a good family right there, folks. We have to get together. It's time that we get Texas working for Texans again. We must commit to the work. We've got to go out. We have to talk to our neighbors. We have to register our youth. We have to drive each other to the polls. When we organize, when we mobilize, we overcome. When we mobilize, and when we go to the ballot box as one, we win. We are the blue wave. We are the earthquake. We are the tsunami. We are Texas. We are here. We will save this nation, and we will do it on November 3rd. Thank you all.
He's a former city councilman of Denton, Texas, and currently the candidate for Justice of the Peace for the Democratic Party. Let's give it up for Brandon Chase McGee.
Hello, Democrats. Okay, all right. So do me a favor. Turn to your neighbor and tell your neighbor it's good to be a Texas Democrat. All right. Turn to your other neighbor. If you don't know him, introduce yourself to him. Hi, my name is. And tell him I'm damn proud to be a Texas Democrat. All right. My name is Brandon Chase McGee, and this afternoon I want to tell you a brief story about a man who never should have had to lead. You see, he didn't come from a wealthy family. He didn't spend his career in corporate boardrooms. He wasn't born with power or privilege or political connections. For years, before the sun came up, he climbed into the cab of his big rig and got to work. You see, he drives a truck for a living. And his big rig carried him all across the state of Texas, in urban highways and rural highways, and city streets and neighborhood streets. And all across the path, he met factory workers and small business owners, people who are working hard just trying to make ends meet. And what do they all share in common? They're all working hard to provide for themselves and their family, and that person is me. And I, like you, understand rising costs, like the costs of gas and diesel. I know what it's like to miss birthdays because the job requires one more hour or a few more miles. I know the value of hard work because I, like you, live it every single day. And all across Texas, I hear the same concerns. Roads that need fixing, neighborhoods that feel ignored, workers who feel like City Hall and Austin and Washington listen to everyone except them, the people who are doing the heavy lifting. You see, most people would have done nothing, but I, just like the people in this room, ain't most people. I'm a Texas Democrat, and when America needs a change, Texas Democrats step up to do the work. You see, the road to change will not be easy. That road is filled with a lot of potholes and speed bumps, but we have to do the work. What does that mean? We have to go to community meetings and serve on nonprofit boards. We have to do community service projects. We've got to do everything we can to protect our neighbors. Because if we've learned anything the past 2 years, we've learned that this administration doesn't give a damn about us. When the experts said that I didn't have a chance, when they said I lacked experience, and when they counted me out, just like so many of you, oh, but my parents taught me one simple thing. They taught me that God is good all the time, and all the time. Hold on. Now, everybody didn't participate in that. Perhaps not everybody grew up in the black church tradition like I did. So we're going to try that one more time. God is good all the time, and all the time. All right. So I was twice elected to the SDEC and twice elected at large to city council in the great city of Denton. Go Mean Green. So once in office, I fought to repair roads and infrastructure because we know that working families deserve to live in great communities. I supported local businesses because we know that they are the backbone of our economy. I stood up for regular working people because that's what I am and that's who I'm fighting for. Public service, it isn't about status. It's simply about getting the job done. Today, our state faces challenges that demand leaders who understand the lives of ordinary Texans, not from reports and briefings, but from experience. We need leaders who understand what it's like to struggle, who understand what it's like to have more month than money. Leaders who know the value of $1 and of a union card. Leaders who know that economic growth only matters when regular working families share in it. So now that's why I'm running for higher office. Not because I want power, but because when someone walks into a courtroom, they ought to see a judge on the bench who looks like them and they know understands their life experiences. You know, I still believe that government is the greatest force for good on the planet. And my story reminds us all about something fundamental about this country. Democracy is strongest when ordinary people step forward to do extraordinary things. Only in the greatest country on God's green earth can a truck driver become a judge. And when regular working people have a seat at the table, our democracy becomes more representative, more responsive, and more just. So this afternoon, my message to you is that public service belongs to everyone. The next generation of leaders, they won't just come from the halls of power. They'll come from our job sites and our neighborhoods and our union halls and our hospitals and our classrooms and from, yes, behind the wheels of our trucks too. So Democrats, I hope that you will join me the rest of this summer leading into the fall. Let's knock on just one more door. Let's make one more call. Let's donate one more dollar all the way to November. And I look forward to joining you all there to victory for this great state of Texas. God bless you all, and God bless the great state of Texas.
Our next speaker is a candidate for Texas State House District 31. Let's give it up for J.J. Dominguez.
Wow, I did not expect to be here, but when the chairman calls, you come forward, and that's what I did when I decided to run for this race. I am Jennifer J.J. Dominguez, and I am running for Texas House District 31 representative. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the district first before I tell you a little bit more about myself. House District 31 was gerrymandered back in 2020, and it includes 4 CDs. So I want to say a shout out to CDs 15, that includes my counties back here. I also want to have a shout out to CD 34, who includes counties. Shout out to CD 28, as well as my home county where I am based in Wilson County, Floresville, Texas, CD 35. I began this journey when I was the Wilson County Democratic Party chair. And I saw in our district, when I was knocking doors for Beto, I was knocking doors for Michelle Vallejo, I would come across houses and people would say, "No one has ever come to my house before. Thank you for coming and telling us about the races and what's happening." I decided I needed to do more, so I decided to run for our county chair. When I took over as county chair, there were 34 people on our entire county mailing list. 34. When I left the party and transitioned it, because I had to leave in order to run, we have over 500 people on our mailing list now. Very exciting. And I have passed the baton to a wonderful group of people. We also, oh, by the way, we had 0 precinct chairs. Now we have 12 out of 13 precincts filled with chairs. When I took over, we had never been to a Democratic convention. Last year in El Paso was the first time we went. We had 6 people. This time we've had 16 who showed up? About? Yeah. So thank you. Thank you so much. So I say all of that in saying, if you're somebody who's wondering, what can I do to get people involved? It starts with knocking doors, running for a county chair. If your county chair isn't doing anything, help them, work with them. So just take that as motivation. So a little bit more about my district. I want to explain that it goes all the way from Wilson County, Karnes County in the north, all the way down to the Rio Grande River. And it includes Brooks County and Zapata County right on the river. We're in the fight to keep that border wall from invading San Ignacio, one of our historic counties in that area. My counties also go over to Kennedy County, the 4th smallest county in the United States. There are less than 300 registered voters in that county, and that county sits on the Gulf of Mexico, okay? In between, we have a variety of industries. We have a variety of family types, and so with that, I want to tell you a little bit about my family. As you might have guessed, I wasn't born Dominguez, okay? But I got here as fast as I could. I married my husband 19 years ago, and when I married my husband, he came with 3 children under the age of 10. He was the custodial parent. So we blended our families, and my biological son is biracial. So we have one of those very unique families that I think is indicative of South Texas, a blended family. I raised all of my children in the public school system. I came from a strong, yes, and I want to shout out to the public school system in the fact that I had students, my one child was dyslexic and he was in the special education program. I also had a child who was in the GT program, the gifted and talented program. and was well served across the board. I'm afraid that my grandchildren, future grandchildren, won't have that support if we keep with this current administration. So that is why I am fighting to support my future grandchildren. Now, I come from a strong education background. My mom was my first grade teacher. Because the town I was born in, there was only 260 people in my town, and she was my first grade teacher. My father is an educator. My father is here today. I want to give a shout out to him, and thank you. He was a college professor and middle school teacher, and has always been a teacher to me in life. My stepfather was also a university professor, so I know what it is to be involved in education, teacher unions. I want to give a shout out to AFL-CIO. I am AFL-CIO endorsed. I also want to give a shout out to Annie's List, Mothers Against Greg Abbott, Blue Horizon, all of the industries, REACH. I also want to give Blue Action Texas. These are all organizations who have come together to support me. In addition, I am one of the Texas challengers. And as Kendall has said, thank you, Kendall has said, there were 27 House seats that went last year. There was nobody who ran against the incumbent. I knew that the guy that I'm running against wasn't challenged in 2024. And so I stepped up before there was a Texas Challengers program. I said, hell no, not again. He's going to have to spend some of that $1.1 million that he has in his campaign fund. And I'm going to tell you who that guy is, because I love the reaction when I tell you. It's a guy by the name of Ryan Guillen. Have you ever heard of him? He switched parties in 2021 when he started chasing the money and got Trump endorsed, Abbott endorsed. That's who I'm fighting. That's right, he's a traitor. Thank you. So I am fighting hard. I'm fighting hard for all of my districts, for my House District 31. I thank everyone here for their support and encouragement. I know this is a challenge. I want to encourage everyone to step up. If this puts a little fire under you to do a little bit more, I hope you do so. So thank you so much for your support. And I really have loved this, and thank you again. Hope to see you out in the fields and block walking.
Now let's welcome Bobby Tillman, candidate for Texas Senate District 3.
Wow, what an honor this is. I'm surprised too. Anyway, my name is Bobby Tillman. I'm running for Texas State Senate in District 3. I am the next state senator of East Texas. How you doing, Corpus Christi? Everybody having a good time? Anyway, I'm a sixth-generation East Texan. My family's been here since 1880. I've been in the commercial flooring business for over 40 years, working with my hands, crawling on my knees, busting my ass everywhere I go. The last 20 years, I've been working cattle, raising a calf cow farm in East Texas on inherited land that I got from my family since 1880. We don't inherit our land from Texas, or Texas from our parents. We borrow it from our children. It is our obligation to protect the water, protect the natural resources, and fight for our children. Our children are our future. Let's save our education, let's pay our teachers what they deserve, and let's protect our resources. This is the most extreme thing I've ever done in my life. I'm not a college-educated man. I chose by choice to open a business at 18 years old, and I've ran with it ever since. And look at me now. I'm on the ballot in November for the next Senate in District 3. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to make it short because we've got a lot of people that want to talk, but I love you guys, and I appreciate everything, and I appreciate all the support. Once again, my name is Bobby Tillman, Texas State Senate for District 3, Southeast Texas. Thank you, guys.
Please welcome Josh Wallenstein, candidate for Texas House District 133.
Hello, Democrats. Oh my gosh. My name is Josh Wallenstein. I know my name is not Bernie Sanders. And I'm sorry about that. And I'm sorry that I didn't bring an elephant up to stage like the GOP. But there is an elephant in the room. And it's not peeing on stage. It is the secret that we all know, and it's not a well-kept secret. It is that we are united, and we're angry, and we have a blue wave coming, and we are 14 seats away from flipping the Texas State House. And bringing the adults back to government. Because when you elect clowns, you get a circus. And I'm tired of the circus. But I want to tell you why I'm running, because it's not for the money. And it's not for the fame, because nobody knows who your state rep is. Apologies to all the state reps out there. I'm running because, well, let me tell you a little bit about me. I'm an ethics lawyer, which is not a contradiction in terms. Although I have a lot to work with, looking at the other side. And I'm a father to an adolescent son. And I love him anyway. But I'm doing this for my son because when I was born and raised in Austin, Texas, my dad died when I was 7. And I was raised by a single mom and by an incredible community that lifted me up, and a public school system that was fully funded with highly qualified teachers that cared about me and showed me the way and took me all the way to Stanford Law School. And if you look around, thank you so much, all of you teachers. Thank you for your service. It hasn't been easy. I was an adolescent too, and I gave it to you, and you taught me anyway. Sincerely, if you know, everybody in this audience knows at least one teacher that changed their life, that they're better off for having known. Thank you all for what you do. We have to pay them better. And we have to fully invest in our public schools, because my public schools saved my life. And if I disappeared tomorrow, I don't think my son would have the same opportunities that I had. I don't think the sons and daughters of Texas would have the same opportunities that I have. I'm confident that their future is not as bright as the future that I had, because we're no longer investing in our children. We're investing in data centers instead of our children, right? We're investing in campaign contributions instead of our infrastructure. I'm in Houston, Texas. I'm in the energy capital of the world. And we have to buy generators to keep the damn lights on. What the hell is this? We must fully fund public schools. We must fully fix infrastructure. We have got to make things more affordable. And the way we do that is not by keeping the status quo, because we've had failed leadership for 30 years. If we need change, there's only one party to change from, and that's them. And there's only one party to change to, and that's us. So we must vote Democrat. We must flip the State House. We must get James and Gina in office. Gina will save our public schools. Tallarico will save our nation. We Democrats will save Texas and our future. Help us build a better Texas together. Josh Wallenstein for House District 133. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Fellow Democrats, you know who else is going to help create that blue wave starting right here in Corpus Christi. She's not from Corpus, but this is where it all starts today and tonight. Welcome, Monique Scott, candidate for Texas House District 15.
Well, hello, Texas Democrats. Shout out to CD2 over there. We're small, but we're mighty. My name is Monique Scott. I am running for Texas House District 15, and I want to take a moment, just a moment, I don't have much to say, but a moment to talk to you about the underdog. I'll tell you a little bit about my space. I am in Montgomery County. We know it's red. We have a hell of a reputation. I know that the odds are against us, but that's why I want to remind you about the underdog. Myself, I'm an attorney by trade. I was a prosecutor in Harris County and in Montgomery County. I also I also was a felony public defender at the Harris County Public Defender's Office. Shout out to the best public defender's office in the nation. I care greatly about justice. I care greatly about healthcare. I care greatly about our teachers. I was a former music teacher, and so I care about the state of our nation when it comes to our kids. But I want to tell you a little bit about me. I come from a home where we didn't come from money. I had a mother who was in prison and a father who I don't know where he is to this day. But yet and still, I was able to graduate from the Texas A&M University. Gig'em. And when I decided to go to law school, although in my final years I was going through a divorce and I had a newborn with her on my hip, I passed the bar in the first try. Shout out to every single mom who is out there just trying to make it for your babies. Shout out to everybody who lost their health care. Shout out to everybody who doesn't have much, but you're making it happen. Shout out to everyone who is working day and night, 1, 2, 3 jobs, because you know you have to do what needs to be done. That is what we're here for. So if you are the underdog, if you think that there's something missing, the only thing that's missing is you. We have enough. We have enough. If you don't get the money, if the donors don't come, if the people don't show up, you show up. I will block walk with my child. I will block walk by myself. I will call your number if you hang up on me. Vote, vote, vote. We can turn this thing around. One voter at a time. This is our time to take our state back. Let's get it. Monique Scott for Texas House District 15. Thank you.
As an announcer, we're not supposed to say this, but she's amazing. Now let's welcome our candidate for Texas House District 33, Orlando Lopez.
Howdy, Texas Democrats. How are y'all? It's great to be back in South Texas. I was born and raised in the Rio Grande Valley, and I'm so happy to be back here. Well, not here, but in Corpus Christi. Beautiful weather. Why am I running? I am a construction worker by trade. I was not planning to do this. I have tried. I am a small business owner, but due to some of the laws out there, I'm forced to still stick with my employer, and I'm trying so hard to make sure that my family stays afloat. This is an impressive crowd, y'all. Give it up to my wife, who's down here. She is a former public school teacher and counselor. Any teachers in the house? Y'all recognize the importance of our teachers, which is why I decided to run. I want to make sure that our schools are fully funded and that our teachers are well paid. In my district alone, we've had 2 schools in Plano ISD close already, and we cannot allow that to keep happening. I recognize the importance of immigrants in our workforce that help make Texas the 8th largest economy in the world. I am the son of immigrants from Mexico, born and raised in the Rio Grande Valley. And people ought to know that immigrants are what make this state great. And I am running because I am tired of puppet politicians like Katrina Pearson, who I am running against, who stand up for corporations instead of our communities, who are placing politics over people. I don't have to pretend to be one of you because I am one of you. I go to the same churches as you. I go to the same stores as you, and I plan to send my daughter to the same schools as you. I am running because I am a proud Texan. Every time I would go somewhere, whether it be out of state, out of the country, I would be so proud to tell folks that I was from the United States, but also from Texas. And that state has become so difficult to recognize here lately. And that's why I want to do something about it. My daughter has less rights today than her mother did. Heck, my wife has less rights today than she did when we got married. And that is why I'm running, because I want to do something about it, and I am going to stand up for the middle class, for our women, for our immigrants, for everyone in the great state of Texas. We cannot do this alone, y'all. This is one of the largest crowds I've spoken to, so I am asking you, help us out. Help out people in your local elections, help out your state representative, help out your congressional candidates. We need your help. We are going to turn this ship around. We are going to fight for Texas, and we cannot do it without your help. ¡Sí se puede! Claro que sí se puede, mi gente. ¿Cómo andamos? Thank y'all so much. My name is Orlando Lopez, proud Texan from the Rio Grande Valley, running in House District 33. Let's get out. Let's turn this thing around on November 3rd. Thank you.
Fellow Texans, let's give some love for Jason Pierce, our Democratic candidate for Texas House District 4.
Oh man, got to move this up a little bit. I might be a bit tall. Not gonna lie, this moment right here has always been my deepest fear and my greatest dream. So thank you so much for being here and joining me. So yeah, my name is Jason Pierce, and for those who don't know, I'll tell you a bit of my lore so you can hear my backstory. So I was born and raised in Plano, Texas. And yeah, shout out to the hometown. And my first job was at 12 years old shoveling a stable at a horse farm. At 13, my dad had his first heart attack and my family went bankrupt. At 14, I had my first paid job making $4.25 an hour at an ice cream parlor. I worked my way throughout high school while going to wrestling tournaments, and then I decided to go to UNT. I went there for a semester. Yeah, go UNT, caw, right? I went there for a semester, and I had to drop out because I couldn't afford it anymore. But not only that, I had developed a severe social phobia, where every single day before school, I would get very sick, and I would be too terrified to even leave my dorm room. So I got into sales, and and I forced myself to talk to hundreds of people a day because I couldn't let fear control my life, and I knew I had to do something. So. During that time, I worked retail, restaurants, minimum wage, 90-hour work weeks. I know what it's like to choose between food, rent, and healthcare. I know what it's like to get excited for a different flavor of ramen noodles. I know what it's like to struggle, and the only thing that I learned from that is that I don't want other people to struggle the same way that I did. At 25, I joined the mortgage industry as a customer service rep. I set 4 national records in my first 5 days and got promoted by the SVP in front of the office. I became federally licensed to sell mortgages, got licensed in 20 different states, and then COVID happened. So I taught myself how to trade stocks and was a day trader for 2 years. By the way, I've already sold all of them because I believe that trading should be banned in Congress, by the way. You know. My motto has always been, integrity only matters when it's tested, and I believe in the words that I'm speaking. So did that for a while, and then I got bored, so I joined the security team at the Dallas Cowboys headquarters and became a security supervisor for them. During that time, I taught myself how to get licensed as an insurance agent and worked for Allstate for 2 years, was about to go into management. I had finally saved up enough money to put a down payment on a house, to pay off my debt, and finally get my life in order. And then the election happened. So instead, I quit my job, and I've been campaigning for the past year on my savings. No. A lot of people ask why you're running, and the funny answer is I got tired of yelling at my TV. But the real answer is I'm tired of being taken advantage of. I'm tired of being told that we need to sacrifice so that another billionaire can buy his 4th yacht, you know? I have friends starving themselves so that they can make sure their children have 1 meal a day. I have seen so much suffering and so much pain that I can't believe our leadership isn't doing something about it, and I'm just tired, and somebody has to. So. I'm running because I need somebody to be in office and have integrity. I need somebody to be able to be honest. And when I look at my community, I do not see voters, I do not see constituents. I see friends that I get to catch up with every month, and I see a second family that saved my life in more ways than I can count. I have already accomplished my dream, this being part of it. And I am just so proud to be able to represent my community and have them know that somebody in office actually gives a shit. You know, to tell you a bit about what I believe in, I believe we need to overturn Citizens United and get dark money out of politics. I believe we need to ban stock trading and cryptocurrency trading in office. I believe in term limits so that we don't have people in office for 40, 50 years telling us what to do with our life. I believe in banning corporations from buying single-family homes and rent control. I believe that our government should serve our people and not the other way around. My core beliefs are integrity, honesty, empathy, and respect. And we are a country that has forgotten that the very first word that defines us is united. I grew up in a very far-right family. I know what it's like to be on the other side, and I'm living proof that people can change their heart and that it is possible. If we show them that we can be that big tent party that we keep talking about. I have so many friends. I have people who voted for Trump 3 times calling me, telling me that they're going to vote Democrat for the first time in their life. It is only because of those people that had empathy and compassion to me that I am able to be standing before you today. We owe it to them to do the same. We can do this if we do it together, and only if we do it together. So I'm gonna have to get off stage, but if you wanna follow more, my website is piercefortexas.com. So if you want peace for Texas, remove the R. Thank you.
Everybody in the house, shh. Can you hear that? That's the blue wave starting. And this person is gonna help. Zach Dunn, our candidate for Texas House District 121.
How we doing, Texas? How we doing today? I'm gonna say 20, y'all say 26. Let me hear 20. 20. One more time, 20. Yeah, this is my kind of crowd. Hello, everyone. My name is Zach Dunn. I'm running in Texas House District 121. We like to be clever. Dunn for 121. That's how we do things on the northeast side of San Antonio. A little bit about me. Both of my parents were active duty veterans. They both served in the United States Air Force. That's how we ended up in San Antonio, Texas. And if you're a veteran, can you please stand in the audience today? If you've served our country, can you please take a stand? Let's give our veterans a hand. Thank you. Thank you for your service. For the past 4 years, I have served as a Special Victims Unit prosecutor. All I prosecute are crimes of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and crimes against children.
Thank you. I'm honored to do that work, and I'll just tell you one story from my job. The first ever case of domestic violence that I prosecuted, that I went to trial on, I lost. It was a case of intimate partner violence. There had been several reports before. We were finally able to get them to testify, to protect them, to serve them, to lay out the plan. We did not win the case. I was extremely devastated because when we wear this pin, when we wear this district attorney pin, there are no bad days. Every single case matters. Every single victim matters. Every single circumstance that they go through matters. And when you're a prosecutor, it's not a job. It's a lifestyle. And it's a decision that I make every single day to wake up and protect the most vulnerable among us. And I remember that trial didn't go our way, and I talked to my supervisor at the time. I could barely speak, and it still messes me up today. And he said, "You fought today, just remember, there's a fight tomorrow." And I love that advice because the very next day we had a trial, and we won that trial, and we got justice for that victim. So, thank you, thank you. I love everyone in this room. I love the opportunity that I get to run for the Texas House. But more than anything in the world, I've loved being a prosecutor. It is the only reason I believe that we'll be capable of flipping Texas House District 121. We talk a lot about the fact that this state hasn't elected a Democrat since 1994, right? We've got some great top-of-the-ticket candidates that are going to change that. Is that right? 20? 20? One more time. 20? We have great talent at the top of the ticket, and we're going to flip this state. It was 94 for the state. The last time that Texas House District 121 had a Democrat was 1981. Yeah, we're gonna change that, don't you forget, all right? So I say all of that to say, I'll wrap it up. I lost that first trial, and we fought then, and we fought in the future. Every single day we fight for victims, win, lose, no matter what it takes, we are in the trenches. Now I believe that we will win, full stop. But the fact of the matter is you have to be in the trenches. You have to get in there. You have to have the courage. You have to protect the people that you care about. You have to look a victim in the eye. You have to look a neighbor in the face. You have to look a constituent right in their soul and say, I will fight for you. And I am telling you right now, Texas, I will fight for you, and we're not stopping until that fight becomes a victory and we win and we serve and protect people, no matter what the cost is. Once again, my name is Zach Dunn. I'm running in Texas House District 121. It is an honor of a lifetime to be simply before you. I love you all, and I'll see you out there.
Our next candidate is running for House District 41. Give it up for Julio Salinas.
Hello, everybody. Fellow delegates and friends, in case we haven't met yet, my name is Julio Salinas. I am the Democratic nominee for Texas House District 41 down in the Rio Grande Valley. I stand here encouraged by every single one of you who have worked so hard, every single delegate and every single worker, every single candidate, encouraged by every single person who has put in the work to be where we are today and where we will be in November. What we show, when we show that strength, we win. My name is Julio Salinas. I am a proud son of immigrants and a proud son of the Rio Grande Valley, running to represent my home of House District 41 in McAllen, Mission, Farr, and Edinburgh, the great areas of the Rio Grande Valley, and one of the biggest battlegrounds that this state is going to be looking for. What we need to be fighting for now is to be encouraged to fight for reforms in healthcare, taking on corruptions, not only in Washington and in Austin, but locally at home. taking the fight locally to every single person that you have, and every single person that needs to vote. You need to get them out there to vote so that we can win and elect our great people into these positions. My father came down here. My father came down here to this country as a migrant farmer who came with nothing. And the path to opportunity, when he settled down in the Rio Grande Valley, was alive. The path to victory was alive. The strong sense of community was alive. Now we are seeing that path to opportunity diminished. And we have to bring it back, and we have to demonstrate that we are going to fight every single day to make sure that happens. I'm fighting here for a $15,000 raise increase for teachers to make it a true profession that is respected. Fight for our students to make sure that they have the ability to learn the way that they need to learn. Fighting for the rapid modernization of our infrastructure, not only in the Rio Grande Valley, but across Texas, so that we can connect our people and so that we can be an economy that goes forward. And fighting for better health care. Fighting for the expansion of Medicaid and caps on prescription drug costs like insulin, a thing that is near and dear to my heart, as my family and many others in the Rio Grande Valley are seen with diabetes. Diabetes is an epidemic in the Rio Grande Valley, and we are going to fight it not only through caps on prescription drug costs like insulin, but also through preventative health care. We need to fight for these things. I stand here encouraged by all of you. We're going to fight. We're going to continue. My home in the Rio Grande Valley, and we're going to elect Gina Hinojosa to the governorship, and we're going to elect James Tallarico to the United States Senate. And we are going to elect our very own Bobby Pulido to Texas House District 15 as well. Thank you, everybody. My name is Julio Salinas.
Fellow Tejanos, que se oiga un fuerte aplauso for our next Democratic candidate for Texas House District 94, Katie O'Brien Duzan.
Hey y'all, I'm Katie O'Brien Duzan, and I am running for House District 94 in Tarrant County. Tarrant County, give it up, give it up. I would be the first Democratic woman to serve in this seat, and I would be the first Greek American to serve in the Texas State Legislature. And I want to share a quick story about that because I'm proud of where I come from. And I'm wearing today a jacket that my grandfather made with his hands. And it is a constant reminder to me of the power of hard work and the power of strength and persistence. He fought for 8 years to get his American citizenship, and I am the proud product of that hard work. We all know hard work, do we not? We've been working hard the past few days. We work hard and we deserve better. And that's why I am running for this seat, because we deserve better. Our kids deserve better. And I'm here to fight for better. And that means listening to our community. We have not had a town hall in my district in 10 years. And that has to change. That has to change. And I'm here to fight for public education, for fully funded public education for our kids, for our teachers, for our mental health resources, for our school safety, for our public education and our kids, and for our health care, for us to be able to afford a better life here in Texas. We work hard, and we deserve better. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Katie O'Brien Duzan, House District 94.
Fellow Texans, she's not only a school teacher, a mom, a great wife, she's also the most qualified Democrat and a friend of mine who is running for House District 27. Give it up for Tanya Lloyd.
good afternoon, Corpus Christi. I'm so happy to be here with you today. I'm going to tell you a really short story, maybe it's long, I don't know, about why I'm running for this seat. 2 years ago in the 24 cycle, I saw that my opponent, Michael Cloud, was going to run unopposed. There was not going to be a Democrat on the ticket. And I looked at my husband, I said, guess what, honey? I'm running for Congress. Right. So the reason I made that choice, I love my daughter to pieces, my 24-year-old. But she nearly killed me 24 years ago when I was pregnant with her. I had something called HELP syndrome that's caused by the pregnancy and is only cured when you're no longer pregnant. I was 30 weeks along when I went to the hospital on a Friday afternoon. My blood pressure was 215 over 180. I was a walking stroke. On Monday morning, my blood platelets had dropped to 103,000. Your blood does not clot below 100,000. So my doctor came in and said, you're having a baby today. And I was blessed with a 3-pound, 6-ounce perfect baby girl. And the reason I say all this is because our current representative is 100% pro-life, no exceptions. And the only bill that at that, I know, right? So thank you, shout out to my old district, right? So I have also been gerrymandered, so I used to be over here and now I'm over here, right? So we need to make sure we have people like me in Congress that listen to doctors, that listen to science, and listen to women when we tell them we know what we need to do with our bodies and our futures. I am also a public school teacher of 20 years. I have had parents this spring, since Christmas break, come and tell me they've lost their health insurance, that their children are staying home alone, unattended. I'm talking 5- and 6-year-olds, so that they can go to work because they don't have daycare. So I am running in this seat to advocate for those families so that they can hopefully afford, because we need people over policy and people over profits. So I'm going to keep it short, y'all. Again, my name is Tanya Lloyd. I am running for Congress in Congressional District 27. You can find me at tanyafortx27.com. Thank you so much for being here. Corpus is my happy place. I love it here. Thank you for having me, and let's turn it blue. Thank you.
Our next candidate is running for the State Board of Education, District 5. Make some noise for Allison Bush.
Wow, thank you. I am Allison Bush, and I'm running for State Board of Education in District 5. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. The first thing I'd like to do is I would love for every educator and teacher in the room to please stand up, because we need to give a round of applause. This is who we're founded on. These are the people that raised us. Let's give them a round of applause. Yes. Thank you so much. I have been in education for 25 years, and I am running for the State Board of Education because education matters. Right now, we have people that are fighting against education, trying to change the curriculum and not make it historically accurate. They're pushing against teachers, professionals, not treating them as the professionals they are. They're treating them as political pawns. I want to make sure that I bring my experience to the State Board of Education. I am in a wonderful district that is very blue. So I want all of you to really look and remember to look who your state board representative is. We have 8 people running right now. And the greatest part about these State Board of Education members that are your nominees is they're all educators. They have either, And that is very unusual on the State Board of Education. Every single one of those nominees right now either have taught in public school or in higher education. So look up who represents you. I represent District 5, the wonderful District 5, which is all in Central Texas, Travis County, Blanco, Caldwell, Guadalupe, yes, Hayes County, Bastrop. I love you all. So thank you very much. Again, my name is Allison Bush. Let's remember to vote in teachers. Allison Bush for State Board of Education. Thank you.
Everybody, let's welcome our candidate for Texas House District 89, Angie Caraway.
Hey y'all, how's everybody doing? My name is Angie Caraway and I'm running for Texas House District 89. If you're not sure where that's at, it's in Collin County. Just so you know, Collin County is the last big metroplex to turn blue, and guess what's gonna happen in November? So, I also have 3 children, and I'm a public school teacher of 15 years. And I'm not gonna lie to y'all, I'm tired. Not tired from running this race. I'm not tired from teaching full time. Here's what I'm tired of. I'm tired of those people in Austin making terrible decisions for my profession. I'm tired of worrying about my 3 daughters and their bodily autonomy. I'm tired of this voucher scam. I'm tired of the corruption. And I'm tired of these backdoor, terrible deals that are made without our input. I'm a 5th-generation Hispanic Texan. Texas is my home. And I'm tired of people running it like they don't know Texas. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna fight for education like nobody's ever fought before. I'm gonna take care of the working class because I am working class, I understand, and I'm tired of us having to make the terrible decisions such as putting gas in our car or going to the doctor or buying groceries, am I right? Enough is enough. It's time for us to step up. You know, I teach history, government specifically, and in my classroom, I tell my students the power of their voice. It has to be done. Democracy only works when everyday individuals show up like you people here. So round of applause. We are the Democratic Party, and I'm tired of being radicalized by decency. Am I right? Thank you so much for your support. What we need is your time and your treasure. If you can't give one, please give the other. Even though there's a lot of you in here that can't vote for me, here's what you can do for me. You can spread the word. You can tell that there is an educator that's gonna go down to Austin. If I can get a classroom full of middle schoolers to collaborate, surely I can get those knuckleheads down in Austin to do a thing or two. Thank you so much for your time. Again, I'm Angie Caraway running for House District 89. You can find me on everything at Citizens for Caraway. Thank you so much.
My brother and sister Democrats in the House, I know it's been a long day, and I know you're losing a little energy, but I need you to boost that energy, make some noise, and show our pride of every one of these single people who have voluntarily gone up to make the blue wave happen. Right now, let's give it up and make some noise for Yolanda Prince, candidate for Congress, U.S. Congress, District 1.
Thank you. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired of the organized chaos. Hey, y'all. My name is Yolanda R. Prince, and I am running for U.S. House of Representatives, Congressional District 1. I hail from the big old city of Tyler, Texas, in East Texas, CD1 shout out, where I was raised by a single mother alongside my 2 siblings. After church, we would go to my grandparents' house where they would be discussing like the current events and TV shows like Good Times, and then also about the leadership that we were seeing on TV. I learned from looking at them at a ripe old age of 5 that leadership is supposed to represent the people who put them in there and respect them. My opponent does not understand our struggles. He does not respect our values, and he does not be a voice for East Texas in the rooms where decisions are made. That's got to stop, and it's got to stop now. Also, as I'm on this campaign trail and talking to people, I still am behooved by seeing that how people are surviving off of $7.25 an hour. My niece and nephew, who are teenagers, can't survive off of $7.25 an hour. The average poverty level in East Texas is about 20% of the population. That's too many people that are suffering. Right now, it doesn't matter whether you're Democrat or Republican, red, blue. What matters is the people that I plan to represent as a U.S. House of Representatives for Congressional District 1. One thing that we must do is raise the minimum wage to a livable wage. And speaking of livable wage, I have also worked in education, nonprofit, and government fields. So being in the classroom, I've seen what teachers need. I've seen what administrators need. One, teachers need to be paid, I'm trying not to cuss, a heck of a lot more. Then also, with the children, they need resources, especially in special education, not only with funding, but with supplies and people in the classrooms with them. Also, with these soaring healthcare costs, I was talking to my neighbor just about a couple of months ago. She came out the door, she was very upset about her disabled grown son who will never be able to work. And she was telling me that, are you ready for this? She was telling me that her son's medicine was gonna cost $1,000 for that month, and he has Medicaid, but Medicaid was denying him. So she had to fight for Medicaid that he already has to get his medicine paid for that month. I can't even imagine. And I myself have fought that with insurance, where one of my prescriptions was gonna be $995 for a month's supply with insurance. So that's another thing. They need to expand the Medicaid into Texas because people are literally dying. They are dying because they don't get the health care that they need. Rural hospitals are closing. Factories are laying out people. At the train factory in Tyler, Texas, a whole line was shut down for over 2 or 3 months, and that affected my friends and my family. Then also with Spring Creek Barbecue, which was started in Tyler, Texas, it closed its doors after 35 years. But the ones in Dallas, the 2 in Dallas, they're open to this day. So that's affecting the whole community, because I love me some barbecue, to be honest. And what I'm seeing now also on the campaign trail is talking to people is about the rising cost of gas, the rising cost of food. I dare not buy a certain type of meat because it's too expensive for me to buy, because I have a budget. I may not look like it, but I do have a budget that I do go by. And I just want the people to understand that when I am elected in the office by you, because it's gonna take all of us together for change. You, and you, together for change. When I am elected to office, I will lead with integrity, I will stay connected to the voters, and most importantly, I will vote for what's right, not what's politically convenient. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for serving. Thank you for showing up. My name is Yolanda R. Prince for U.S. House. You can find more information about me at yolandaprince.com, and that's Prince like the singer or royalty. Thank you again.
Hey everybody, let's give a Texas warm welcome for our next candidate for U.S. Congress District 22, Marquetta Green Scott.
Hello, Texas Democrats! I am Marquetta Green Scott, and I'm the Democratic nominee for Texas Congressional District 22. 2 years ago, I stood on the stage in El Paso and I said, we deserve better. Well, guess what? We deserve better more now than we did then. The cost of gas has gone up. The cost of eggs have not gone down like they said they would. That's why I'm running. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am from this town called Opelousas, Louisiana. Yes. I am the return on investment of Democratic policies. There's no reason for a little girl who grew up in the projects in Opelousas to have 4 degrees, but I do. Yes. And I don't like talking about it, but you know what? In this time, we know that education is the great equalizer. That's why they're coming for our education, but we're not gonna let it happen. No. I'm a former teacher. I taught high school and college mathematics. All right, teachers. I'm an attorney. I practice in Texas and Louisiana. Thank you. And I am current Mayor Pro Tem for the city of Iowa Colony in Brazoria County. All right, y'all. I've been on council since 2021. During the primary, I let the voters know I am the most qualified on either ballot, Democratic or Republican. And right now, I'm running against someone who he's trying to run on his brother's coattail. So in 24, currently his brother is the MAGA Republican. His name is Troy Nehls. You've probably seen him. Yeah. Well, he's a lapdog for Donald Trump. And Trevor thinks he's gonna be a lapdog as well, but we're not gonna let that happen, are we? No! We're gonna send someone to Congress who is a public servant, who understands that I work for the people. You don't work for me. You choose me to go and do a job. And that's what I plan to do. I plan to fight for affordability. Y'all know that those tariffs, those illegal tariffs, and this illegal war is making our affordability even worse. And it doesn't stop with just oil prices and gas. We have to transport food. We have to do different things that he is causing us to spend money that we should not and that we don't even have. We need a livable wage. We need a livable wage. We need to raise the minimum wage, the federal minimum wage, so that we can afford. I want to fight for universal health care. There's no reason that the richest country in the world doesn't have the universal health care. Health care is a right. It's not a privilege, and we need to stop treating it as such. They're coming after our voting rights. I want to protect voting rights for everyone. And ladies, they're really coming after ours. So we gotta fight. And last but not least, I want to save this democracy. As an attorney, I understand the Constitution. I understand checks and balances. The Congress people we have now, they don't understand that. So we need to put people in who do. Y'all, the time is now to fight. If we don't fight now, we won't be able to fight later. So I'm asking you to send me, Marquetta Green Scott, to Congress to fight for you. Thank you so much. I'm Marquetta Green Scott, CD 22.
Texas Democrats welcome back Al Dusty.
besar tus labios rojos. ¿Cómo no acordarme de ti? ¿De qué manera olvidarte? Si todo me recuerda a ti, en todas partes estás tú. Si en una rosa estás, y en cada respirar estás, ¿cómo me voy a olvidar? ¿Cómo me voy a olvidar? Si besando la luz estás, besando una oración estás, ¿cómo me voy a olvidar? ¿Cómo me voy a olvidar? Si en una rosa estás, y en cada respirar estás, ¿cómo me voy a olvidar? ¿Cómo me voy a olvidar? Si besando la luz estás, besando una oración estás, ¿cómo me voy a olvidar? ¿Cómo me voy a
That's what we do, what's up? Talk to me like this. Talk to
Y desde Monterrey, y desde Monterrey, y desde Monterrey, the funk, the funk. Y desde Monterrey, y desde Monterrey, y desde Monterrey, a Monterrey.
Es que tu contencia, sabes lo que tengo yo. Tengo difícil, pues corto, corriente, corriente, corriente.
Será fe que yo encontré una voz de ternura que me llena de placer. Cuando la oigo hablar, con ella me enamoré. Que nunca la conocí, sueño en su querer. En sus brazos quiero dormir, escucho cada día la radio, seguro que la vuelvo a oír. Por el cielo busco mi estrella, a la luna quiero subir, voy de este lado, por estas calles esperando encontrar a esa voz de ángel que quiero amar. ¿Dónde andará? Voy de este lado, mi deseo no me deja descansar, porque despierto y no me pongo a llorar. Yo seguiré desvelado y sin amor. la vuelvo a oír. Del cielo busco un brillo estrella, a la luna quiero subir. Voy desvelado por estas calles esperando encontrar a esa voz de ángel que quiero amar. ¿Dónde ella andará? Voy desvelado, mi deseo no me deja descansar. Que despierto y no me pongo a llorar. Yo seguiré desvelado y sin amor.
Que hay humareda que nos viene ahogando, la gente se pregunta, nadie sabe qué es. Un carro viejo que viene pitando, voy antes de triciclo y el motor al revés. En la esquina yo esperando, como siempre su novia bien. Mis amigas se están burlando, murmuran cosas de él. Carcacha, paso a pasito, no dejes de tambalear. Carcacha, poco a poquito, no nos vayas a dejar. Carcacha, paso a pasito, no dejes de tambalear. Carcacha, poco a poquito, no nos vayas a dejar.
La cobra está un poco nerviosa y yo la tengo que calmar. Le voy a tocar una cumbia y sé que la voy a encantar. Y es que la cobra es venenosa y no quiero hacerla enojar. Le voy a tocar una cumbia y sé que la voy a encantar. Sabor. Una víbora. Ondulante. La cobra está un poco nerviosa y yo la tengo que calmar. Le voy a tocar una cumbia y sé que la voy a encantar. Y es que la cobra es venenosa y no quiero hacerla enojar. Le voy a tocar una cumbia y sé que la voy a encantar. La voy a encantar. Con el sabor.
esa negra linda que me tiene loco, que me come poquito a poco. Esa negra linda que me tiene loco, que me come poquito a poco. In the house and we just don't quit. Come on.
Aquí te trae cumbia.
sabroso como jugo de manzana. Baila como Juana la cubana. Un paso para adelante y un paso para atrás, pero con ganas. Baila como Juana la cubana. Para seguir el ritmo te tienes que mover igual que Juana. Baila como Juana la cubana. Viendo bailar a Juana me quedo hasta las 6 de la mañana. Baila como Juana la cubana. El ritmo que se siente sabroso como jugo de manzana.
Baila como Juana la cubana.
Un paso para adelante y un paso para atrás, pero con ganas.
Baila como Juana la cubana.
Para seguir el ritmo te tienes que mover igual que Juana.
Baila como Juana la cubana.
Viendo bailar a Juana me quedo hasta las 6 de la mañana.
Baila como Juana la cubana.
Y ahora sí, vamos a ver bailar a Juanita.
Baila como Juana la cubana.
El ritmo que se siente sabroso como jugo de manzana.
Baila como Juana la cubana.
Un paso para adelante y un paso para atrás, pero con ganas.
Baila como Juana la cubana.
Para seguir el ritmo te tienes que mover igual que Juana.
Baila como Juana la cubana.
Juana, me quedo hasta las 6 de la mañana.
A ver esas palmas. A ver esas palmas. A ver esas palmas. A ver esas palmas. Este es el nuevo reggaetón de los Cumbia Kings. A ver todos, agarren su pareja bien apretaditos y canten con nosotros. Jare, 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 ho. Ori, 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 ah. Biri, 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 bo. Buri, 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 ah. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir las cosas tan lindas que tú quieres oír. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir de todas las penas lo que quiero es a ti. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir las cosas tan lindas que tú quieres oír. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir de todas las penas lo que quiero es a ti. Yo te digo que te quiero locamente, que contigo yo me siento diferente. Yo sé que no me sacas de tu mente, no hagas caso a las mentiras de la gente. Ellos dicen que estoy loco de remate, que hace tiempo que estoy fuera de combate. No se ve cómo se bate el chocolate, yo te pongo el corazón a que late. Te traigo mi ritmo, te traigo mi son, boom, boom, mame, mame, late tu corazón. Levanta tus manos, levanta tu voz y dime qué sientes con esta canción. Siento que emo, siento que no aguanto, siento que te quiero, tú lo sabes cuánto. Siento que me quemo, siento que no aguanto. Ven conmigo, baby, ya no esperes tanto. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir las cosas tan lindas que tú quieres oír. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir de todas las penas lo que quiero es a ti. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir las cosas tan lindas que tú quieres oír. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir de todas las penas lo que quiero es a ti. Jare, 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 ho. Ori, 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 ah. Biri, 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 bo. Buri, 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 ah. Llegaré lo que tu cuerpo quiera siempre. Mueve tu cadera, muévela bien fuerte. Ya no sigas escondiendo lo que sientes. No hagas caso a las mentiras de la gente. Ellos dicen que estoy loco de remate, que hace tiempo que estoy fuera de combate. Yo sé cómo se bate el chocolate, yo te pongo el corazón late que late. Te traigo mi ritmo, te traigo mi son, boom, boom, mame, mame, late tu corazón. Levanta tus manos, levanta tu voz y dime qué sientes con esta canción. Siento que me quemo, siento que no aguanto, siento que te quiero, tú lo sabes cuánto. Siento que me quemo, siento que no aguanto. Ven conmigo, baby, ya no esperes tanto. Oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir las cosas tan lindas que tú quieres oír. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir de todas las penas lo que quiero es a ti. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir las cosas tan lindas que tú quieres oír. Oh, oh, mami, mami, yo te vengo a decir de todas las penas lo que quiero es a ti. Oh, oh. Yo, El Dusty, pull up the tune.
Si una vez dije que te amaba y me arrepiento. Si una vez dije que te amaba, no sé lo que pensé, estaba loca. Si una vez dije que te amaba y que por ti la vida daba. Si una vez dije que te amaba, no lo vuelvo a hacer. Ese error es cosa de ayer. Yo te di todo mi amor y más. Y tú no reconoces ni lo que es amar. Yo me puse dispuesta a tus pies. Y tan solo por una vez dije que te amaba y me arrepiento. Si una vez dije que te amaba, no sé lo que pensé, estaba loca. Si una vez dije que te amaba y que por ti la vida daba. Si una vez dije que te amaba, no lo vuelvo a hacer. Ese error es cosa de ayer.
situación cuando paso por mi chava para salir a pasear. Piensa que cualquier detalle la ridiculizará, que la falda está muy corta, que prefiere un pantalón. Con esa minifalda pensarán que es de lo peor. Tiene muy grande su boca, con ese lápiz labial. Va de nuevo al tocador y se lo tiene que cambiar. El color de los zapatos no va nada con el top. Una blusa más clarita le combinaría mejor. Si las manos no le lucen con uñas a la altura, va corriendo por esmalte, se las empieza a pintar. Situación cuando paso por mi chava para salir a pasear. Piensa que cualquier detalle la ridiculizará. Se empieza a soltar el pelo, se le empieza a alborotar. Se le va para adelante, se lo fija con spray. Ya su piel está reseca y se la empieza a humectar. Saca mil cremas del bolso y las empieza a aplicar. Ya vamos a 5 cuadras, pues me hace regresar. Que se le olvide la vuelta, se pondrá los pupilentes, se depilará las cejas y se lavará los dientes.
Please welcome back to the stage Texas Democratic Party Chairman Kendall Scudder.
At this time, I will now yield the gavel to Convention Co-Chair and former Nueces County Judge Barbara Canales and Judge Ruben Becerra to accept the teller's report and declare the results of the State Executive Officer election.
Thank you. I now recognize head teller Dina Tollerton to present the teller's report for the State Executive Officer election.
Thank you, Chair. The following is the teller's report for the election of secretary. The number of votes cast was 12,002. In round one, candidate Kristen Henge received 987.17. Sierra Evans received 1,785.43. Myra Mills Shearhart received 4,978.22. Janice Hardy received 492.44. Irma Sondate received 1,611.49. Bonnie Mathias received 2,444.24. In round two, candidate Kristen Henge received 1,076.58 votes. Sierra Evans, 1,957.86. Myra Mills Shearhart, 5,075.62. Irma Sondate, 1,675. Bonnie Mathias, 2,513.94. In round three, Sierra Evans received 2,198.53. Myra Mills Shearhart, 5,513.54. 501.18. Irma Sandate, 1,895.03. Bonnie Matthias, 2,704.26. In round 4, the final round, Sierra Evans received 2,859.65. Myra Mills Shearhart, 6,250.22. Bonnie Matthias, 3,189.12. That concludes the teller's report for the election of secretary.
You want me to hold the gavel?
Okay.
And the final round.
This is like the Academy Awards where we're waiting on the results of the final round of voting for the office of secretary are as follows. Here they are. Sierra Evans, 2,859.65. Myra Mills Tearchart, 6,250.22. And Bonnie Matthias, 3,189.12. Having received a majority of votes in the final round, Myra Mills Shearhart is elected to Secretary of the Texas Democratic Party.
Myra Mills, will you please come to the stage?
We're going to ask all the newly elected officers to join us, if possible, as soon as we conclude all of the results.
The teller's report for the election for the office of treasurer. The number of votes cast, 12,002. In round 1, candidate Michael Apodaca, 5,911.01. Savant Moore, 4,618.99. Zach Webb, 1,769. In round 2, the final round, Michael Apodaca received 6,888.1, and Savant Moore received 5,410.9.
The results of the final round for the office of treasurer is Michael Apodaca with 6,888.10 to Savant Moore's 5,410.90. Having received a majority of votes in the final round, Michael Apodaca is elected to the office of treasurer of the Texas Democratic Party.
The treasurer's report for the office of vice chair for finance. The number of votes cast, 12,013. In the only round, Iro O'Meary, 869.54. John Stafford, 477.97. Brandon McGuire, 1,866.7. Richard Gonzalez, 2,754.65. Daniel Ayala, 6,330.14.
Thank you. The results of the final round of voting for the office of Vice Chair for Finance are as follows. Ira Omir, 869.54. John Stafford, 477.97. Brandon McGuire, 1,866.7. Richard Gonzalez, 2,754.65. And Daniel Ayala, 6,330.14. Having received a majority of votes in the final round, Daniel Ayala is elected to the office of Vice Chair of Finance of the Texas Democratic Party.
The teller's report for the office of First Vice Chair. Number of votes cast, 12,013. Delia Mims received 3,564.95. Shay Wyrick Cathy received 6,627.86. Rose Salas received 2,106.19.
Thank you. The results of the final round of voting for the office of First Vice Chair are as follows. Delia Mims, 3,564.95. Shay Wyrick Cathy, 6,627.86. Rose Salas, 2,106.19. Having received a majority of the votes in the final round, Shay Wyrick Cathy is elected to the office of Vice Chair of the Texas Democratic Party.
The teller's report for the office of State Chair. The number of votes cast, 12,017. In the only round, candidate Daniel Falsafi, 42.96 votes. Monique Alcala, 2,140.13. Kendall Scudder, 8,958.1. Marco Antonio Aranta, 1,157.82.
In the final round, the results of voting for the office of State Chair are as follows. Daniel Falsafi, 42.96 received. Monique Alcala received 2,140.13. Kendall Scudder received 8,958.1. And Marco Antonio Orantia received 1,157.82, having received a majority of votes in the final round. Kendall Scudder is elected to the office of State Chair of the Texas Democratic Party. Judge Ruben Becerra and myself would like to congratulate all the new officers of the Texas Democratic Party. Thank you.
Please welcome Christy Lara.
Democrats? How are we doing, my fellow Texans? My name is Christy Lara. I'm co-founder of the Texas Progressive Caucus. What I always say is the work that we do in Texas isn't easy, but it's important. And each of you, every phone call you make, every door you knock, every event you attend, that is going to make the difference in what we do here in Texas. Seeing you all here gives me hope, and it also gives me the strength to know that we will win in November. Are you with me, Texans? Many people who know me ask me, Christy, how do you keep doing what you're doing? How do you keep fighting in Texas? And I tell them this. My grandmother's name was Esperanza. And Esperanza in English means hope. And every day, I hope for a better country, a better nation, and a better Texas, y'all. So I invite each of you, as we build a stronger, better party, I invite each of you to knock those doors, make those calls, support your local candidates from school board, city council, to mayor, all the way up through the party and into congressional and senatorial seats. Every Democrat in office matters, and we will be the change that we hope to see in the world. I'll see you guys in November. Have a good one, guys.
Please welcome Angel Viator-Smith.
Hey, y'all. I'm so heartened to see so many of you here today. Raise your hand if this is your first convention. Oh my goodness, welcome. Some of you may know me as the chair of the Texas Progressive Caucus, but one thing I want you to know about me, thank you, is that my first convention was only 8 years ago. Like many of you, I wanted to do more, and so I showed up. And then I kept showing up, also like many of you. I'm not a major donor by any stretch of the imagination, and in fact, until last year, I had never donated to the TDP. I did not have any connections then, nor did I know many people who were involved with the party at any level. What I did know was that I had to do my part to make things better for all of us in Texas. Whether like me, your family has been here for generations, or if you just got here. We all have in common the drive to lead this state towards a brighter future, because make no mistake, everyone in this room, whether you realize it or not, being a state delegate makes you a leader in your community. And it's now our job to go out and lead our communities by continuing to show up, continue listening, really listening to our neighbors, and working together to find solutions. If everyone in this room goes out and does this, we will find the unity we need to win in November. Because while all of our communities are strong, as my children's public school motto says, we are stronger together. The focus on unity, on the fact that we can and should unite against common shared economic grievances like stagnant wages, corporate influence, and the need for universal health care, is what makes our guest speaker so special. For decades, he has asked us to look past partisan and cultural differences, to stand up for the working majority. And that's something we can all agree on. So let's get to work.
Please welcome Claude Cummings.
Thank you very much. When we fight, great. Thank you so much to Chairman Kendall Scudder for inviting me to speak, and the organizers of this incredible convention. This is something of a homecoming address for me. I've spoken in other countries and states. However, this is my first time as international president of CWA speaking to a crowd this large in Texas. Thank you for that honor. I also want to thank the AFL-CIO State President Leonard Aguilar. He has been a good friend and a tireless voice for working class people, both here in Texas and across the country. He has spent a great deal of time at the Texas State Capitol fighting for legislation to improve the lives, and he is a prime example of why labor is at the heart of this coalition, because working people are its heart. So let's give President Aguilar a round of applause. I will also acknowledge our military currently serving, our veterans wherever I can. So if you are, would you please stand? Let's give you a round of applause. Thank each of you for your service and for your commitment to our Constitution and our Union. Again, let's give them a round of applause. Thanks to the efforts of all of you right here in this auditorium, for the first time in decades, Democrats are competing in every state and federal office across Texas. You are building infrastructure in overlooked communities and have expanded your reach by opening offices in Amarillo, Austin, Dallas, Eagle Pass, and my hometown of Houston. But make no mistake, these expansions are critical because there is a war on workers being perpetrated by the most corrupt, most cowardly, and most contemptible criminal ever to hold the office of the presidency. Donald Trump and his billionaire buddies have laid waste to the working class and will not stop until their control of our political system and our lives is absolute. We have seen cuts to Medicaid and SNAP, cuts to the Affordable Health Care Act, cuts to medical research funding and food safety. And the single biggest union-busting action in American history, Trump terminated the union contracts of nearly 1 million fellow workers and allowed his friend Elon Musk free rein to further decimate federal jobs and programs. Trump campaigned as the president of peace, but he has since abducted the leaders of Venezuela, is currently starving the people of Cuba, and has lost a war of desperation in Iran to the tune of $300 billion. His war has hit working people the hardest. We feel the pain at the pump. Food is more expensive. Medicine is more expensive. Owning a home is out of reach for an entire generation, and birth rates are plummeting because few can afford to raise children. But Texas Democrats have a chance this year to make strides up and down the ballot like we haven't been able to do in decades. We have tremendous candidates leading us at the top of the ticket, and Gina Hinojosa for governor and James Tallarico for Senate. They're getting voters excited with compelling messages. I'm confident that we're going to make tremendous strides in the legislature as well, and if we all work hard, we have the chance to even take back the House. You know, Governor Abbott and other Trump enablers thought they were going to rig the maps to pick up 5 seats in the U.S. House to save them from the backlash that's coming against all their corruption and mismanagement. I'll tell you what, 5 seats is not going to happen, period. Some of their incumbents may even start to worry about what they've seen in motion. And given how badly Abbott and his allies have mismanaged the state, it's all the more important that we win more local offices to push back against the corruption and the chaos. This year, we're going to do that. But in order to elect candidates who are going to stand up for our rights, our communities, and our livelihoods, we all need to stand together over the coming months to make sure that they cannot divide us and they cannot defeat us. I cannot stress enough how important our solidarity and our unity are to the process of winning in November. We know what happens when we work together, and we know exactly what will happen if we are fighting among ourselves, sniping at each other, and undermining our work. If you take nothing else away from this speech, I ask you to remember this: the enemy is not in the room. Turn to your neighbor and say, "You are not the enemy." That statement is 100% correct. Our enemies are our naysayers, the throwers of rocks and hiders of hands, those driven by greed and personal glory over the common good. We are called to remember our values and to aspire to inspire. Now we can inspire dread and anger and selfishness, or we can choose to inspire courage, hope, and determination. When I see our political activists and legislators working with our labor activists and communities, that inspires me. And if you're like me, you need more of that, especially right now. So I'm calling on each of you to focus on our values, work toward our common goals, and remember, the enemy is not in this room. Our focus should be on the working people we serve, the lives we are able to change, and the future we are striving to build. So we must now focus on spreading the truth instead of fiction, on coalition building and coordination, on class consciousness and worker solidarity, on economic justice and social justice. I can speak for the labor movement as a whole when I say we will do everything in our power to turn out to vote in the coming midterm elections and to put pro-worker, pro-people candidates in power that will choose workers over wealth. We will focus down ballot on governors, state senators, and elected and local electeds. We will continue to have the one-on-one conversation with voters that only unions can have at scale. We intend to knock on more doors than ever before, make more phone calls, hand out more flowers, run digital programs to reach millions more voters and give them the power to stop the insanity currently affecting our political system. Our unity is powerful, more powerful than the bullies and the billionaires. We are seeing this in political elections across the country as union-backed people-first candidates, many of them union members themselves, are winning races in places we've never seen progressives before. Now's the time to demand more. We are not going back. Say we're not going back. We are called to focus our faith and even our fear on a single goal, freedom. So you will still believe in democracy. If you still believe in democracy, I'm asking you to stand up. If you still believe in the rule of law, stand with me. If you still believe in the power of unity, I need you to say it with me. When we fight, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, God bless all of you. Together, we will win. Now keep that energy going, because now I do believe we have a true champion of working people, a friend of our CWA union, the United States Senator from Vermont, and a leader of the American Progressive Movement. Welcome to the stage, Bernie Sanders, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Now, welcome State Representative Cristina Morales. The Texas Tribune ranked her as the most liberal member of the entire Texas House during the 89th session. Give her a warm welcome.
Hello, Texas Democrats, are we fired up? I know you thought Bernie was coming out. But one more thing I need to talk about. Are we ready to flip Texas? Are we ready to shock the world? I am Cristina Morales, State Representative for Texas House District 145, representing some of the most historic communities in East and near North Houston, including my beloved Segundo Barrio of Houston. I am a Latina, a grandmother, a small business owner, all while representing my community in the state legislature. And this year, I added another title. I am the proud chair of the Texas House Democratic Campaign Committee. Let me tell you what the HDCC does, because it is the engine of how we take back this state. We recruit the candidates, we train them, we fund them, we build the infrastructure that turns kitchen table decisions into a campaign that can win. And this cycle, for the first time in history, we are fielding a candidate in all 150 state house districts. Every community, no more conceding a single inch of Texas to anyway. Now, some people say that Texas is a red state, that flipping the House is a fantasy. So let me tell you why this time it's different. Texas is not a red state. Texas is a non-voting state with one of the worst turnout rates in the country. The votes to win are already here. They always have been. Our job is to go out and get them.
Listen, y'all, we just need to gain 14 seats, not 50, just 14, and we have the candidates to do it. Educators, healthcare workers, veterans, and civil servants stepping up in districts that the party used to write off. Right here in the Coastal Bend and every corner of this state. To every one of our candidates who put their name on that ballot, thank you. You are the frontline warriors I need next session to halt the gerrymandering assault on our democracy. And we don't win by playing small, not with a handful of consultants in Austin, but with an army of volunteers like you and neighbors in all 150 districts. Volunteers like all of you in this room, don't forget, get out and help these candidates. Our HDCC team is small but mighty, and they pour their hearts into this work every day. I too was not considered a likely candidate for public office. Listen, y'all, my small business is the Morales Funeral Home. Yep, I'm a funeral director. I became a licensed mortician at a young age, and let me tell you, that was not exactly a hot girl summer for me. But after my parents passed away far too young, my family needed me, so I stepped up. My grandparents, Felix and Angelina Morales, came from South Texas, right around here, to Houston's 2nd Ward to give the Mexican-American community of East Houston something it was denied, a dignified burial. These were Tejanos who dredged the ship channel, worked the port, and built refineries that made Houston the economic powerhouse that it is. There was great dignity in their work, and my grandparents knew they deserved dignity in their passing. My family built that business and started the first Spanish language radio station in the Gulf Coast. Heard from Houston all the way down here to the Coastal Bend, and we did it with no one in power who looked like us. No Latino represented that area in Congress until 2019. We built a business like that side by side with our Black neighbors in communities like 5th Ward, founded by freed slaves who raised families under the cloud of Jim Crow. Black and brown, we built this state together. It was not easy, but you could build a life, and the opportunity was still there. We grew up believing that if you worked hard, you could get ahead. But for too many families, that promise started slipping away. And it didn't just happen. While working families lost ground, a handful of billionaires, and now even a trillionaire, rigged the rules to take more and more for themselves. But that's the fight our keynote speaker has named more clearly than anyone. A fight against oligarchy is the idea that this country belongs to the billionaires and the rest of us just live in it. So listen, in 2019, I ran for office inspired by my grandparents and by the words of a movement of someone else, a Tio of sorts. Tio Bernie, yes. Respecting the worker and the dignity of work is why I am so honored to introduce our keynote speaker. No one in modern American politics has championed workers more than the senator from Vermont. He is leading the fight against oligarchs who believe the system should not just work for them, but belong to them. The billionaires and even the new trillionaire, and he knows the biggest electoral prize in the country is right here in Texas. Bernie has said it himself, and he's right. There is no reason Texas should not be one of the most progressive states in America. Not a red state, not even a purple state, a state where working people organized and turned out, and finally hold the power. Texas Democrats, help me welcome Senator Bernie Sanders.
Welcome to the Texas Democratic Party Convention State, the senior senator from the state of Vermont, Bernie Sanders.
Thank you. Let me begin by congratulating Texas Democrats and Party Chair Kendall Scudder for doing exactly what must be done. You are finding great candidates to run for office. You are now competing in areas where Republicans ran unopposed for decades. You are building a strong grassroots movement, and you are winning. Just last week in D.C., I met with Taylor Remmett, a leader in the Machinists Union, in a Trump plus 17 district. Taylor won. And that is what's going to happen all over Texas this November. Now, brothers and sisters, you have heard a couple of speeches in the last few days. So I am going to cut to the chase and give you my sense of what is happening in America today and what we have got to do to advance the future. First, it goes without saying that we must hold Donald Trump, his administration, and the entire Republican Party, who control the White House, control the Senate, control the U.S. House. We are going to hold them accountable for their disastrous policies. These policies have devastated working families in Texas, in Vermont, and all over the country. We are going to hold them to account. This administration, among many other actions, decided, if you can believe it, that it was appropriate to provide $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%. And then to use that money to throw 15 million Americans off the health care they desperately need. And let me tell you something that has not been talked about much. When you throw 15 million people off health care, when people can't get to a doctor when they should, people by the thousands are going to die from that horrendous decision. And that is why, together, we're going to roll it back. But it's not just health care. Trump administration made the largest cuts to education in American history. As a result, 7 million Americans will be forced to pay $4,000 a year more on average on their student loan payments. And 1 in 4 student loan borrowers are expected to go into default by the end of the summer. We want our kids to have a great education, not to be forced to default on their loans. At a time when millions of kids are going hungry in America. Trump made the largest cuts to nutrition assistance in American history, literally, taking food out of the mouths of hungry kids. You don't take food out of the mouths of hungry children and give tax breaks to billionaires. That's not what this country is about. Trump ripped up the union contracts of 1 million federal workers. He denied overtime pay to over 4 million workers. Trump abolished humanitarian aid that will lead to the deaths of millions of the poorest children on this planet by 2030. And here in the U.S., Trump's domestic army, ICE, has acted brutally and illegally, tearing parents away from their kids and deporting millions of people who lived and worked in this country for decades. He has destroyed the lives of tens of thousands of people, and we're going to address that issue as well. And then after all of the cuts in health care, in education, in nutrition, he wants to spend another $500 billion on a bloated military budget. Those are not the priorities of the American people. Trump, during his campaign, promised no more endless wars. Remember that? And then started an unprovoked war against Iran in which thousands of innocent men, women, and children have been killed. Gas prices are now the highest in years, and taxpayers are going to have to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on this disastrous war. But it's not just Trump's terrible policies. The American people are tired of a president who is a pathological liar, who is an authoritarian personality who wants more and more power in his own hands, as he ignores the Constitution and the rule of law, who is a narcissist, who, if he had his way, would probably name every building in America after himself, who is a kleptocrat, corrupt kleptocrat, who accepts a $400 million luxury plane from Qatar and then makes deals with countries in the Middle East and around the world which benefit his family's wealth. My friends, it is important that we hold Trump and his administration accountable for the disastrous policies they have imposed on the American people. But I have to tell you, that is not enough. It is not enough to be anti-Trump and to simply campaign against Trump. The American people are hurting. They want to know what, in fact, is going on in this crazy and unprecedented moment in American history. They want to know what the Democratic Party stands for and what the Democratic Party is going to do to improve their lives when it gains power. And by the way, what I have seen is I have traveled this country and we have held dozens and dozens of rallies from one end of America to the other. And what I have seen in recent primary elections is that the American people do not want establishment status quo policies that tinker around the edges. The American people understand that this country is facing major crises, and they want bold proposals to improve their lives and the lives of their children. So let me do something this evening that is radical. You ready for a radical idea? All right. Are you really ready? I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you some stuff that you don't see in the corporate media and you hear very rarely in the halls of Congress. And that is that while the vast majority of the American people are struggling to put food on the table, pay for health care, pay for housing, pay for child care and education, the wealthiest people in our country have never, ever had it so good. In fact, never before in American history have so few people held so much wealth and so much power. A quick history lesson. You all remember we studied in high school the Gilded Age. You remember that? It was the age of Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan, Jay Gould, and Carnegie, and these guys were very, very, very rich. It turns out that today, when you look at the people at the top of the economic ladder, the very few, the concentration of wealth in America today is 4 times greater than it was during the Gilded Age. 4 times greater. And that disparity is getting worse. After receiving the largest tax break in history from Trump, some 900 billionaires in our country became $2.2 trillion richer. 900 people since Trump is in office, $2.2 trillion richer. In other words, the gap between the very, very rich and everybody else is getting wider and wider. Never before in our history have we had as much income and wealth inequality as we have today. Today, the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. Today, one man, Elon Musk, a trillionaire, Elon Musk owns 3 times more wealth than the bottom 50% of American households. Did you understand what I just said? One man owns 3 times more wealth than the bottom half of American society. CEOs of American corporations, big corporations now make 350 times what their average worker makes. But it is not just income and wealth inequality. Never before in American history have we had as much concentration of ownership in our economy as we have today. Handful of giant corporations control one sector after another sector, and their monopolistic practices drive up prices. But it's not just income and wealth inequality and concentration of ownership. Never before in American history have we seen so much billionaire and corporate ownership of our media. In the U.S. today, 6 large media conglomerates control about 90% of what the American people see, hear, and read. Trump's supporters have recently bought up CBS and they will soon own CNN. Musk and his fellow billionaires own many of the major social media platforms. And as bad as all of that is, let me tell you what is even more dangerous. And that is today, the billionaires and their super PACs are undermining our democracy and increasingly control the political process in our country. Here's the truth. You want to run for office, you want to run for local office, you want to run for state office, you want to run for Congress. And you get involved in a campaign, and you say, I'm going to stand up for the working class of this country. And you run a good campaign. You know what happens to you? The billionaires and their super PACs will spend tens of millions of dollars to defeat you. That is not democracy. And that is why together, not only are we going to end this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, but we're going to get super PACs out of the political process. Bottom line, we are now living in a moment in American history where a tiny number of billionaires are exerting unprecedented influence over our society. And let me tell you something, these are not nice guys. They are extremely greedy and ruthless and will do anything they can to accumulate even more wealth and power. You might think that if you had $10 billion, that might be enough. Not for these guys. They want more and more and more, and they will step on anyone, in order to achieve their goals. And while the very richest people in this country become richer, what is going on with the American working class? And I think all of you know the answer. Today, in the richest country on earth, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and many of you grew up in families that struggled economically as well. And let me just tell you what that means in today's world. It means that while the wealthy can afford the best health care in the world, they can go to any doctor they want, any hospital, get any experimental medicine if they need to. 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. 500,000 go bankrupt from medically related debt. It means that if you are uninsured or underinsured, you hesitate to go to a doctor when you get sick. And what happens when you don't go to a doctor when you should? That's right. You die. And every year in America, some 60,000 people die unnecessarily because they didn't get to a doctor when they should. And it means that because we have a healthcare system controlled by the insurance companies and drug companies, we pay by far the highest prices in the world for healthcare and for prescription drugs. In the richest country on earth, we are the only major nation not to guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child. So that's health care, basic necessity of life. What about housing? Most of us would like a roof over our heads. It means that while Jeff Bezos can own 14 mansions around the world, and other multi-billionaires can buy their own islands, some 800,000 Americans are homeless, and 20 million households are spending 50% or more of their limited incomes on housing. It means that young people today, unless we change it, will own their first homes 12 years later than their parents did, not until they reach the age of 40. And what about our kids? You know, I hear all these politicians, they love America, they stand in front of their kids. In America today, we are failing working class children. Today in America, if you can believe it, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country. Millions of our families cannot afford childcare, cannot afford to get a higher education for their kids. And how do we treat our seniors? Our parents, the people who raised us, the people who built this country, the people who fought in our wars. How do we treat them? Well, today in America, 1 out of 3 seniors is struggling economically, and 20% of seniors are trying to live on $15,000 a year or less. What's happening to people out working today? Well, despite huge advancements in technology and worker productivity, the average worker, important to understand, today makes nearly $30 a week less than he or she did 53 years ago. Got that? Where did all of that increased wealth from worker productivity increases go? That's right. They went to the people on top. According to the Rand Corporation, since 1975, nearly $80 trillion in wealth has been redistributed from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. And let me tell you something else that nobody talks about. It's not talked about very much. What happens to people who every day are struggling to put food on the table, pay their rent, pay their insurance, take care of their kids and their parents? What happens to them? They are living with extraordinary stress. And you know what stress does? Stress kills. When every day you have to struggle to keep your family going, it takes a toll on your body and it takes a toll on you mentally. And the reality is that working class families, lower income people, live shorter lives than they should. 6 years. They die 6 years earlier than the wealthy. You understand what I'm saying here? In other words, being working class in America is a death sentence. People are struggling so hard just to stay alive that their bodies and their minds are being destroyed. And while workers are struggling today, they got something else on their minds. They're worried about artificial intelligence. They're worried about robotics and what that will mean for their future. Will a robot take my manufacturing job or the job that I have in an automobile factory? Will AI take the job that I have in a law firm or in accounting or in other white-collar jobs? If I am a truck driver or a cab driver, will my job disappear with the growth of driverless vehicles? Now, nobody knows exactly what AI and robotics will bring, but there are estimates out there that over the next 10, 20 years, tens of millions of jobs will be destroyed. And our job, something I've been working on lately, is to make sure that AI and robotics does not just benefit the billionaires who own the industry, it benefits the working class of this country. So that is where we are. Those are some of the issues that people are staying up nights, worrying about, fearing. But let me tell you now, and let me suggest to you, that in the midst of all of these crises, Let me tell you just a few of the things that I believe we should be doing when Democrats regain control over the House and the Senate. And I won't go through a whole litany and a laundry list here, but I just want to talk about some of the major ones. Whether the billionaire class likes it or not, we're going to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. And we are going to restore real democracy to America. When Mr. Musk and his billionaire friends have unprecedented levels of wealth, and when major corporations often pay an effective tax rate lower than a truck driver or a nurse, we are going to make the billionaire class start paying their fair share of taxes. And when so many of our people are uninsured or underinsured, we're going to end the disgrace of being the only major country on earth without a national health care program. We are going to pass Medicare for all. When millions of workers in Texas and Vermont throughout this country are living on starvation wages, we're going to raise that minimum wage to a living wage, at least $20 an hour. And when millions of workers want to join unions, we're going to make it easier for them to do that and stop the unconstitutional actions of corporations. When big tech and the wealthiest people on earth are aggressively pushing AI and robotics, the most transformative technologies in history, without public input, we're going to pass legislation that makes sure that these technologies benefit all of us, not just a handful of billionaires. And when so many people in America are homeless or paying 50% or more of their limited incomes on housing, we are going to fight for a freeze on rents and the construction of 7 million units of low-income and affordable housing. When so many of our seniors are struggling economically, we are not going to cut Social Security as Republicans want. We're going to expand Social Security by lifting the cap on taxable income. And we're going to bring back traditional pension plans so that every senior in America can retire with dignity and security. When our educational system, from childcare to graduate school, is broken and unaffordable, we will demand free, high-quality public education from childcare to graduate school. And we're going to attract the best and the brightest young people into the teaching profession by making sure no teacher in America earns less than $60,000 a year. When heat waves and drought are devastating this planet, we will respond to the existential threat of climate change by creating millions of jobs as we move to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. We will end a foreign policy which is immoral and ineffective, and a military budget of well over $1 trillion a year. No more spending billions of dollars on endless wars. No more spending billions of dollars on the genocidal Netanyahu government in Israel. No more support, because we believe in democracy. No more support for the cruel dictatorships in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and elsewhere. Bottom line, let's start investing in the American people, not the war machine. And when we look at the immigration crisis in this country, we know the answer is not breaking down doors and throwing decent people out of this country. It is comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship. My friends, the political reality of the moment is that the oligarchs and the billionaires have endless amounts of money to spend on campaigns and on politics. Can't deny it. We will never outspend them. They got huge amounts of money. But the way we defeat them, and we are seeing it now, not just in New York, but all over this country, is when ordinary people get involved in the political process, which is what you are leading us here in Texas. When we educate, when we organize, when we knock on doors, when we reject all of those people who want to separate us based on the color of our skin or our religion or our country of origin or our gender or our sexual orientation. That's what demagogues always do. They separate us on all of those superficial things. But we win because we believe in solidarity. We believe in a common humanity. And we know that when we stand together as one people, the oligarchs and all of their money will never defeat it. Let's go out and do it. Thank you all. Thank you.
Now, welcome to the stage your newly elected Texas Democratic Party officers.
Keep on running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
I will now recognize Chief Teller Dina Tollerton to present the Teller's Report for Congressional District recommendations to the State Democratic Executive Committee.
Thank you. The following have been recommended by majority vote of their respective congressional districts as representatives to the State Democratic Executive Committee. CD1, Jennifer Murphy-Vick and Al Durante. CD2, Mary Ham, and a name I forgot to write down. I will come back to y'all with that. CD3, Maudie Peters and Nick Dangerfield. CD4, Marsha Armstrong and Michael Tiarina. CD5, Carolyn Salter and Pat Hicks. CD6, Liza Hamline and Rob Shelton. CD7, Elena DeLorio and Bill Kelly. CD8, Natalie King and Dwight Ford. CD9, Christy Baird and Chuck Cruz. CD10, Judy Leunas and Bart Ewald. CD11, Carol Titleman and Tim McDaniel. CD12, Kay Parr and Anthony Rojas. CD13, Chelsea Streeter and Jordan Villarreal. CD14, Constance Rivers and Cameron Rolwitz. CD15, Griselda Vera and Eric Holguin. CD16, Sara Rodriguez and Richard Henera. CD17, Jeanette Jacoby and Jimmy Flanagan. CD18, Tony Middleton Lewis and Terrence Shanks. CD19, Eric Chatfield and Kimberly Gonzalez. CD20, Marinella Garcia Murillo and Hector Mendez. CD21, Regina Van Berg and Gabriel Garcia. CD22, Farah Ahmed and Mohammed Jaz Ejaz. CD23, Bricia Lord and Reagan Stone. CD24, David Griggs and Emery Calway. CD25, Marion Spencer Morrison and Carol Parker. CD26, Laura Vola and David Barshan. CD27, Marielena Garza and Carlos Ruiz. CD28, Laura Saldana Flores and Carlos Rapeta Ayala. CD29, Courtney Richard and Brandon Taylor. CD30, Kathy Neely and Wiley Seals. CD31, Hannah Horick and Lane Law. CD32, Winfred Jackson and Nate Clark. CD33, Jamaica Brown and Corey Carrasco. CD34, Cinia Montoya and David Betancourt. CD35, Maria Mancha and Christopher Baker Grant. CD36, Ramona Young and Rhett Dauberstein. CD37, Ash Hall and Britt Switzer. And CD38, Angela De Silva and Glenn Etienne. Mr. Chair.
We still need CD2. Congratulations to all of our new members of the State Democratic Executive Committee. CD2, I know that you're waiting. So we're working on this for you, CD2. I know, I see your hands. We're working on it. But I will say, let's do one more round of applause for all of our SDEC elects. Working together, we are going to build the Texas Democratic Party that breaks the 30-year losing streak and finally saves this country from Donald Trump.
Yeah!
I'll also tell you, I haven't told you this yet, but this gavel I have been using through the convention is one from my personal collection. This gavel is autographed by Sam Rayburn. He used it in 1951 to gavel in the United States Congress, and I thought that there would never be a better time to pull it off the shelf and put it to use, except for the convention, that Mr. Democrat's gavel will be able to use for the convention the year that Democrats finally flip Texas. I'll now recognize Chief Teller Dina Tullerton for the final portion of the report. Drumroll, CD2.
For committee man in CD2, Justin Boyd.
Without objection, the congressional district recommendations are elected members of the State Democratic Executive Committee. Congratulations to our new SDEC. Friends, as we conclude today, I want to say a special thank you to our convention co-chairs, Barbara Canales, Ruben Becerra, the judges that have helped make this convention possible, to raise the money to make this convention possible, to ensure we are leaving this convention debt-free. Grateful. Over the past 2 days, we've proven something important. We are one party with one purpose. We've had spirited discussions, debated ideas, and made decisions together. That's what Democrats do. But when we leave Corpus Christi today, we leave with a unified message and a shared promise to the people of Texas. Texans don't need more political theater. They need leaders who will strengthen our public schools, lower the cost of living, expand access to affordable health care, protect our freedoms, and create opportunities for every family. That's the promise we've made here this weekend, and now it's our responsibility to carry it into every neighborhood, every county, every conversation between now and November in every precinct across 254 counties in this state. The work ahead belongs to all of us. County parties, labor, caucuses, candidates, organizers, volunteers, and activists. We each bring different strengths, different experiences, and sometimes different perspectives. That's not a weakness. That's what makes our party stronger. Think about the World Cup. Champions aren't won because every player agrees on everything. They're won because every player brings their unique talents to the field and commits to one mission: winning as a team. That's what Texas Democrats must do if we stay focused on the people we're fighting for instead of the differences between us. There is nothing that we cannot accomplish together. So leave this convention energized. Leave it ready to organize. Leave ready to knock on doors, make calls, register voters, and tell our neighbors that there is a better future waiting for Texas. Let's go win it together. I hereby adjourn the 2026 Texas Democratic Party Convention.